Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? We are ready to start. I can feel the buzz in my veins. Today is going to be one of those days that I think you will leave here feeling energized. Okay, thank you. Okay. So thank you so much, everyone, for coming today. I want to welcome our distinguished guests, acclaimed speakers. We have audience online as well. We have our team members who are currently doing their job, but also speaking and kind of joining as well. Some are on their off days and joining from home. So this forum is particularly important, not only for Nightingale Hammerson, but I think and I believe to the social care industry, because it's something that's really important, something that you will not find in any other care home. So my name is Clemens Michingaguyo. I'm a registered manager for Nightingale House. Some of you who were here last year and the year before, you may probably already know me. I'm gonna obviously do the housekeeping and how we're gonna be going through the order for the day. They say change begins with a whisper. The Care Home Research Forum was born out of a small group of thoughtful, committed individuals who shared the same principles, the same ideas that from small you can go big. And today, let me take this chance again to honor the founders of the Care Home Research Forum, whose initiative has become an internationally recognized, I'll say, well-attended and connected annual event. As Nightingale Hammerson, we are so proud to be hosting this event again. Now, into a bit of our housekeeping, let me remind you that this forum is being live streamed across the world. There are so many countries that I cannot list here. I was checking on my way here, checking to see other countries that said they're going to be attending the time zones. They are 8 hours ahead of us. So possibly they're probably preparing to go to bed, but they are tuning in as well. So that's, I believe we have representation from United States, Europe, Asia, China, Hong Kong, Africa, and South America. In terms of our speakers today, we have well-acclaimed speakers who are specialists in their field, who are happy today to pour out and to share, to feed us with what's happening and what is to come. For housekeeping, in terms of fire exit, we are not expecting, or we don't have any planned fire test today. Should there be a fire alarm going, please exit on the doors to your left, that is my right, or the doors to your right. For bathrooms, we have the 2 doors behind you. Also, if you go through the main door there, via the reception, there are also quite a lot of bathrooms over there. Please also be aware that this event is being filmed and there'll be photographs. If you are not comfortable to have your photos taken, please see our marketing team. They'll be happy to exclude you. We will have a 15-minute break at 10:35 for refreshments. I believe they will be next door. And in terms of if you want to have water or anything else, we have got water around here. At around 12:40, we'll break for lunch. And again, I think I mentioned this last year, that food and drinks are on the house. So please, make sure you are well fueled. Presentations will recommence at 1:30. We are aiming to finish approximately around 3:30, followed by a final Q&A. So again, like I said, I feel so energized. Your safety is our priority, so we will keep you in check. We will keep monitoring you. If you have anything that you need, we've got a team that's there to help. Before I take much time, let me introduce one of an honorable person that I've known for so many years, a retired geriatrician, a member of the scientific committee, someone who is so passionate about BBC, bowel and bladder care. Let me introduce to you Dr. Jackie Morris.
Thank you, Clements. How do you follow Clements? It's impossible. It's wonderful to be here today to welcome you all on behalf of Hammerson. You're getting lots of welcomes today. And it's going to be a great day. You may wonder why I'm interested in care homes and what drives me. I thought I'd talk emotionally about my great-grandmother. My great-grandmother came from Riga, and she survived. She managed to survive and get to England, having left Latvia in 1939. She survived the war and then developed dementia. And my grandfather did not like asking for help. And she went into a hospital bed where she received care that was institutional, not compassionate, and was not care. And that's what drove me to become a geriatrician. And so Mama, thank you for giving me the impetus to get going. So, and some of you have heard this story before, so not everybody. So we're here to learn and to be informed about what makes good care. And everybody wonders, and a lot of people think that good care can just be done without knowledge. But the whole premise of the day is that you have to provide care on a knowledge base. And we're here to start to learn about the knowledge base and to disseminate good practice and share good practice. So that's what is exciting. Now, what is good practice? It needs to be evidence-based. It needs to be compassionate. It needs to be empathetic. It needs to have knowledge. And people need to be informed about what it is. Why Nightingale is wonderful is that we share a culture of good care. And working with Nightingale has been one of the nicest things I've done in my career, because everybody shares the same goals and objectives. So thank you, Nightingale. We wanted to share that across. We want everybody to have the opportunity to receive good care in the Nightingale model. And today is a start. Nuno and I had a discussion 3 years ago during COVID about having a research and study day. And little did we think that it would develop into such a huge thing. We've got 120 delegates today, and we've got people from all over the world, as Clements said, tuning in to listen to what we're talking about. And that's an amazing tribute to Catherine. Where are you, Catherine? She has transformed what started off as Nuna's and my back of the envelope ideas into something that is developing and getting bigger each year. This is the third time. We hope to continue having more. And out of this, our ideas on the back of an envelope, it is very exciting. So that's an introduction. Knowledge is power. Let's share knowledge and evidence to disseminate good practice across the country and across the world. That's being a bit optimistic, but we have got people listening to us all over the world. We have the most wonderful speakers, and I'm looking forward to learning a lot today. And I'm sure that we'll all have a wonderful day and go and leave this evening energized and enthusiastic. So thank you, Clements, for a wonderful introduction. It gives me a great pleasure to then introduce Jill. No, it's changed. Jenny. Jess, sorry. To introduce Jenny, who's our Chief Executive, who has been here nearly a year or over a year, who's brought with her energy, ideas, and a great collaborative instinct. And Helen, the previous Chief Executive, is here, and she encouraged us and has enabled us to enable the home to go on developing. So let's learn how we share information, and let's have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Incredible. Thank you so much, Jackie. Thank you for your wonderful introduction. It's a pleasure to work with you. So welcome all to Hammerson House, Wohl Campus. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be introducing the third and largest care home research forum hosted by us here at Nightingale Hammerson. We're delighted to bring together such an incredible programme of expert speakers, including our valued team members and trustees, to educate us all on the positive impact research and innovation has on the quality of life of the incredible people that live within this building and many other homes around the world. I'm really pleased that so many of our team members are here to learn with us. Here and at Nightingale House, we are fully committed to delivering relationship-centred care. We tailor each person's individual care needs and focus on developing meaningful relationships with them to ensure their well-being. We recognise that high-quality care only happens when there are strong bonds between everybody involved in the care of our residents. This means enabling supportive relationships with relatives, our teams, and the wider external health professionals that support us so well. The focus on the importance of these relationships has never been more important. When the world outside the walls of these homes is increasingly unstable, full of tension and trauma, we recognise that our values of compassion and respect, alongside a real deeply embedded love and care of our residents and their families, is stronger than ever. These homes are safe havens for all, where the quality of life matters equally to the quality of care. In times of great distress and despair, the comfort we can bring to our residents here brings equal amounts of comfort to our incredibly diverse staff teams. I hope you enjoy the day today and have the opportunity to experience a little of the exceptional relational care that we deliver. I'm proud of the team I work alongside, and it's a privilege to be able to showcase some of our work here alongside the work of some of the leading experts in care home research and innovation. I'm sure you'll all leave today feeling motivated and inspired. I know that I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Morris. Thank you, Jenny, for your speech. For many years, for many decades, there's been an issue of medicalizing distressed behaviors, causing more harm than good. Now, if we have an event like this, if we have researchers who are keen on looking into what can be done differently, I think we are on the right path. Funny enough, I found out that after many years of research, scientists have finally discovered that bees are allergic to pollen. It appears that they get hives when they get in contact with pollen. Ladies and gentlemen, my first presenter today has worked in dementia research for many years, a senior research fellow, and works at the National Institute for Health and Care Research. Let me please welcome Dr. Kritika Samsi.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm Kritika Samsi. I'm a senior researcher at King's College London. I want to start with just saying I talk quite fast, so please just put your hand up because I'm receptive to feedback. I can slow down. So the background to our research study, which is going to look at whether there's an optimal time for people to move to a care home. We were focusing specifically on people living with dementia, and we were funded by the National Institute of Health and Care Research, the School for Social Care Research. Can I have the next slide, please? Thanks. So the background to the research was that we were addressing a major uncertainty. It's very difficult for people to know when they should start considering a care home move, when might be an optimal time to move, who should people turn to for advice. Carers we were finding routinely in the literature that carers found that it's very difficult to know who to turn to for advice, when they should turn to someone for advice, should this be considered at the point of diagnosis, and when exactly to kickstart the process of thinking about a care home move if that was something they wished to consider. Most care home moves tended to happen during a crisis when a carer often tended to have what was described as burnout and was unable to care. So it was this always, the literature kind of highlighted that it was always this perfect storm of everything happening at the same time. And we wanted to unpick this a little bit because we realized that is the reality for a lot of people, especially when the issues of funding come in. So we just wanted to unpick this a little bit to see what might be going on when people are considering a move and try to kind of get to whether or not there was an optimal time for people to consider moving into a care home. And we were situating our study very much within this context of the negativity and the stigma around moving to a care home. I've worked in social care research for many, many years, specifically with supporting the social care workforce. So we know that there is a lot of stigma around care homes. This may have been amplified, especially during COVID, but even pre-COVID, this study was conducted pre-COVID, there always is stigma around what happens in care homes, whether or not it's a place that is appropriate for people living with dementia, and when might be an appropriate time for them to move in. So we were really just wishing to kind of unpick this a little bit more. Can I have the next slide, please? So the aims of the research was threefold. It was a 3-year, 3-part study, but obviously I only have 20 minutes, so I'll be much briefer about the way I present. So we wanted to specifically kind of look at what might be factors that drive a care home move, and what might be the drivers of this decision. Who is making it? Who is suggesting it? How does it kind of evolve? How does it happen? And what can be done to support the people who are involved in this decision as it plays out? And then we wanted to almost distill it into what, if any, is an optimal time to move into a care home. And I'll tell you now, we didn't find it as a specific point in a disease trajectory. It was really just to see how people consider what is the optimal time or the right time to move into a care home. Can I have the next slide, please? So what we did is what is called in research a qualitative research study, which is essentially to ask different groups of people what their experiences were like, what their views, what their opinions are, and try to get a sense of what are overlapping consistencies or themes across the different participant groups. So we spoke to 21 family carers and 5 people living with dementia who had recently moved into a care home. So we specifically wanted it to be within the last 6 months, but didn't want it to be as soon as they had moved in because we realized there's a lot of emotionality that may have gone into it. But we thought that beyond 6 months, people might start to forget. So we kind of tailored it towards that 5-month, 6-month period and to speak to people who had what we thought was recent. who had recently moved into a care home. We also spoke to 20 care home managers and to 20 social workers. And in England, this is people who work in a local authority, who work with people living with dementia, and who support people living with dementia, making care plans, thinking about their future, and who are in a position to have these early discussions with people who live in the community. Like I said, we did face-to-face one-off interviews. This was pre-COVID, and we had the luxury of making all these appointments at people's homes and going to people's offices and in care homes where appropriate. And just to say, we obtained the ethical approvals and permissions before proceeding. So we made sure that we were kind of covering all of the ethical things before we as researchers embarked on a potentially sensitive topic. Can I have the next slide, please? Thanks. So, like I said, we almost tried to distill it down into, is there an optimal or right time? And we hoped we'd have like a magic answer, and we didn't. But I'd like to say that what I present next about the findings kind of unpacks this a little bit, just to kind of harness what was important about this transition at the time people were considering a care home move. Can I have the next slide, please? So as you can imagine, this was a very difficult decision for everyone to weigh up. It was emotional. Everyone that we spoke to said it was emotional. All the carers and the people living with dementia that we spoke to said it was highly emotional. What we were struck by was that the emotionality lingered long after the decision had been made. We entered the research topic thinking it was a point of time when people would decide to move into a care home, and maybe there'd be a little bit of relief after the decision had been made, but we felt that a lot of the participants were telling us that the emotionality of it lingered long after. We recognize that people who come forward for research may be a little bit different or atypical, but despite that, it was very clear that people thought about their decision, lingered on it, questioned whether they'd done this long after. What was also striking was that the social workers and the care home managers that we spoke to also lingered on their decision. So again, it could be the people we were speaking to, but it did seem that they ruminated on whether they had advised the right, had given the right advice, had been involved at the right stages, and that the emotionality of it was something that most participants carried with them long after the move had taken place. Risk and safety, as you can imagine, were primary considerations, especially for social workers and people who were involved in advising about when a care home move should be undertaken. And related to this was about the ability of a carer to continue caring. So whether or not if someone who was looking after a relative living with dementia in their own home was able to continue caring, so that they were both being considered when a care home move was being advised for a person living with dementia. And like I said, a lot of these things pointed to a crisis move taking place, so people were worried about carer burnout taking place, so advising about preventing a crisis move by advising people to consider a care home move at a certain stage of their lives. What was striking was social isolation at home was a big trigger for many people, and that social isolation typically wasn't coming up in conversations, but social workers were very aware that to prevent social isolation, care homes were really lovely places for someone to move into. They were social environments, they were stimulating, and that the negative attitude of care homes in society was actually defeating people from considering the social environment of a care home as being quite good for people who might have cognitive impairment. Can I have the next slide, please? The involvement of parties, it's legal to ensure that a person living with dementia is involved in the decision, but we found a striking connection between the involvement of people living with dementia resulting in better settling into the care homes. And this was across all participant groups. So not just family carers who felt this way, even care home managers said that any time the person with dementia was involved in their decision, they felt that they were more in control of their decision, felt more autonomous, and the settling in process was that much more straightforward. Sometimes, of course, it was necessary to advise or act in the best interest of the person with dementia, even if it overrode their decisions sometimes or their wishes. A big theme was how unsupported carers felt. This has come up in the literature, but we felt this in our interviews as well. And almost all of them talked about the role care home managers provided in giving them information, giving them emotional support. And again, I feel like this is a workforce that doesn't always come up in a lot of our work. Care home managers are not seen as part of the social care workforce in a very standardized way, but the amount of support they were giving care home residents, the carers of care home residents, and the amount of support that care home carers and the amount of support carers felt from care home managers and felt like they could talk to them if they had to kind of consider a care home move. And carers felt the weight of responsibility of the decision, often second-guessing themselves. So I really like this quote, who is a person talking about her mum, and she said, "Mum was not ready 6 months ago to go into a care home. She used to still go out to the shop and get a paper and do all that. Okay, used to leave her credit card all over the place, but she moved when it was finally the right time for her, I think. Although maybe if we had done it a few months earlier, she may have adjusted better. It's so hard to know." I really like this quote because I think even carers, I think risk and safety is seen as a professional term, whereas carers are weighing it up all the time as well. Some might think leaving credit cards around is dangerous, whereas this carer was very willing to take this risk for her mother, but she still guesses herself. She still thinks, I still don't know if I've done the right thing. And lots of people felt if they moved in early and settled well, maybe we should have kept them at home for longer. It was never a straightforward decision that people felt like it worked out and then they could sit back and be relieved about it. Can I have the next slide, please? So we wanted to kind of weigh up timing and whether moving in early in an earlier stage of dementia was seen as beneficial to moving in during the later stages. Can I have the next slide? And this social worker felt very strongly about moving in too early, you are de-skilling someone. You are in a 24-hour living environment where they get you up at a certain time, they make tea for you, they make lunch for you. You don't really have that independence. And just feeling that some people had very strong views about not knowing exactly what happened in certain care homes, not knowing whether or not it was a de-skilling environment, just having a blanket opinion about all care homes, and not therefore able to maybe give the right kind of advice for that particular context or family member. But many felt that limited awareness may be beneficial in minimizing distress, but not really knowing exactly whether that would play out for everyone in the same way. Can I have the next slide, please? And moving in early. So this care home manager says, I think people being able to participate in that decision of moving is really, really important. You do feel you have some control. You do see them happier for it. It gives them the opportunity to adapt into such an environment. So this care home manager was very much in support of trying to advise people about consider an early care home move if you can afford it, because there are benefits to getting someone involved in the decision, not just in the move, but in the decision to move as well, which was so crucial for settling in as they saw it. Can I have the next slide, please? Almost all of the moves happened at a crisis point. People are weighing up finances and whether or not they can afford a care home move, so maybe they put it off for later, but moves were very rarely straightforward. There was always a hospital visit, moving to one care home, it may not work out, someone moving to another care home. It never felt like it was a straightforward trajectory or a straightforward transition. But what we found was that there were these stepping stones that some of them said had been really, really beneficial. One was the value of waiting lists. We had a number of carers who said they had put the names of their relative on a waiting list and found it a very beneficial way of having these early discussions, having these discussions within the family. When a care home manager said that they would ring up people on their waiting list, and it gave them the chance to consider it every year. Do we feel ready yet? Maybe not. We can think of it another time. And just having these discussions, so when a care home move finally happened, it wasn't as stressful and traumatic. It was something that had been discussed for a long time in the family, maybe even in some cases since they had been diagnosed. Respite stays. On the back of this, we've done a really lovely little study on looking at respite in a care home and being a really good way of having these stepping stones as well. So being familiar with the care home environment, visiting the day center that is in the care home, having these respite stays as being a really beneficial way of getting to know the environment and thinking, this is going to be something that my relative living with dementia will enjoy. This is going to be something I will enjoy when I move in as well. So this person living with dementia says, I feel that we could have maybe managed at home for another few months, but the place I'm in now was available, so it was sensible to move at the time. Yes, it was okay, it all worked out. So just a general sense of acceptance. Whether or not they've embraced it, it's hard to know, but a general sense of acceptance of the time came up, it was right, we'd been talking about it for a long time, and the settling in process being a little bit easier as a result of it. Can I have the next slide, please, which I think is the last one? Yeah, so, it was just to kind of wrap up and say there was no consensus on optimal time. It was very individual, contextual, very family-specific, depending on where families were. Relatives felt the responsibility for making this decision on behalf of the person living with dementia, especially if their dementia had advanced, and they held this emotionality long after the transition had taken place. The care support the care home managers provided has almost been ignored in the literature so far, and it was something that we found was really important in our research. The value of earlier discussions and care planning were useful. It also took away a lot of the stigma that local care homes might have, and it was a useful way of the stepping stones were a useful way for people to kind of consider the moves within their families for long before it actually took place. It also is just important to say that the process of how the move took place, how much in a crisis it took place, how planned it was, seemed to have an effect on the settling in process, which is probably a really important thing to also mention. Yeah, and can I have the last slide, please? So I just want to end with saying thank you, because all our participants were talking about really sensitive and emotional topics, which we obviously could not have done this research without them giving us their views. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Samsi. That was inspiring. That's really motivating. Thank you so much. I think I found it so a critical research. You know, sometimes you see that care homes are painted with one brush, like care homes are bad, whereas actually that's a home where people can live and enjoy the rest of their lives. There is a lot of stigma, yes, you touched about our stigma in care homes, which I think it goes beyond what we have. But I'm so proud today that we've got much representation here who can take us and look into this more. You also touched, I can't quite really like the way that your study kind of looked at the BCAs, which is before COVID, and now where we are. Is there any changes? So really thank you so much. Now, our next presenter has worn many hats in research, economics, health and social care. He's an associate professor, research fellow, and director of care policy. Please allow me to introduce Mr. Raphael Wittenberg.
So good morning, and thank you very much for inviting me to give a presentation at this event. So my topic is going to be around the funding of long-term care for older people, focusing particularly on funding of care in England, but I'll make some mention to other countries as well. This has been a really controversial issue, as I'm sure everyone knows, with 25 years of debate about potential reforms, but no major change having yet been implemented, at least in England. So I'd like to just acknowledge the funding of much of the work I undertake is from the National Institute of Health and Care Research, and the usual disclaimer applies. So just to explain that by long-term care, one of the complications in talking about this, and in sort of international audience, and I understand we have participants overseas, is that definitions vary between countries, complicating issues, of course, for us who do quantitative work, because we can't be sure that comparisons are accurate. So just to say that I'm talking here about the care and support that enables people to do everyday things that most of us, that most of us take for granted. So it can cover social care as we describe it in England, and long-term health care, supported housing, and disability benefits, though a lot of what I say is what is described in the England context as adult social care for older people. And I feel that on talking about the funding of long-term care, it would be, I think, even inappropriate, wrong perhaps, not to start by pointing out the obvious, that the vast majority of the costs fall on family unpaid carers. That's to say, not the cash costs, but the opportunity costs in people's time and the way it affects carers' lives more generally, and in some cases there may be cash costs as well, of course. So the latest census took place 2021, suggested that nearly 9% of the population of England provide unpaid care, mainly for family and friends, mainly in fact close relatives, with, as well known, of course, more women providing unpaid care than men, that around 1 in 6 of these carers are simultaneously caring for a relative who has care needs and a child at home, and nearly 1 in 2 are in employment, often part-time, but nevertheless in employment. And the Office for National Statistics' official estimate is that the value of this care was 57 billion in 2014, but much higher figures have also been quoted. So unpaid care is, of course, intensive care is mainly provided by close family members, that in the projections work they were doing, which is very relevant for some of the projections for formal care that I'm about to move on to, we estimate that while unpaid care by spouses may well rise, there's a lot of uncertainty about unpaid care by daughters and sons. We've got studies looking at that, but that's, unfortunately, I don't have time to go into those, beyond saying that, of course, this is very relevant for the projections and the work we do on the funding of formal care services. So in terms of the numbers of people receiving long-term care, older people receiving long-term care in England, unfortunately there's a fair bit of uncertainty about the data. As I'm sure you know, there are probably about 350,000 older people receiving care in care homes, roughly half of them funded by the local authority or NHS, and roughly half funding their own care. But the data are somewhat uncertain. We're in the process of trying to get more updated data. And there are probably a similar number receiving care in the community, mainly in their own homes, therefore, but again, considerable uncertainty about the numbers. The funding of care in England is what can be described as sort of mixed economy of finance. So the monies are coming from a whole variety of different sources, complicating the system both for those who use in it and, of course, also for those who are responsible for policy making and for researching the topic. So I've already said that the majority of the costs, of course, fall on unpaid carers in terms of the value of the time which they devote to caring. So in England, a lot of the other costs fall on general taxation. We don't have a dedicated social insurance system in any part of the UK for social care, unlike, for example, Germany. So, as you know, NHS is funded from general taxation, and so is a lot of the costs of adult social care, with other parts of the cost, public sector cost, falling on local taxation. The users of services, however, also bear a very considerable part of the cost, and that is where the debate and controversy lies. And I'll just say a little bit more about that in a minute. And of course, costs are also fall in terms partly of opportunity costs and time on volunteers working in this sector. So the means test, I will not go into the details. It is actually very complicated in all its details, but and I'm sure familiar to most people here. But basically, there's an upper limit on savings. If people have savings above that limit, they are ineligible for local authority support. And the value of someone's house is usually included in that figure of the savings if they enter a care home, and if there's nobody else going to be living in their house anymore. And in addition to that, in terms of residential care, almost all the person's income also has to be contributed to the costs of care. And therein, as I say, lies a lot of the debate that's been taking place over the last 25 years. And we have been, the work that our colleagues and I have been involved in has been to provide analysis over that period, actually, to almost innumerable different proposals to reform this system. And some of the work I'm now going to present relates to the information, advice, evidence that we've been providing to policymakers to help them and inform them in consideration of the reforms, and also to provide evidence about the amounts of resources that will be required for long-term care in the future, and help feeding into government spending reviews and consideration of the sustainability of public expenditure. So for this purpose, we produce projections looking ahead usually 20 years of the numbers of older people who may require care. And also we look actually also the younger adult groups as well, particularly learning disabilities. We also, the public expenditure that will be required to meet the likely demand over the next 20 years, and the private expenditure that we would expect under the means test provisions, under the current system, and also under some of the proposed reforms to it. We've also looked at workforce as well, social care workforce. And I would say that the projections we produce are, of course, very sensitive to some of the assumptions we make, particularly, for example, on future mortality rates, future disability in old age, and also pay in the care sector, as well as other variables, including, as I've already mentioned, the availability of unpaid care by family in the future. So very briefly, the Office for National Statistics project a rise of just over 40% in the numbers of older people in England over that 20-year period. And they will be publishing updated projections post-COVID and post-census, possibly in January, though the date's been moving a bit. So we're going to be updating all of this. And to meet that, we estimate, based on rates of disability among the older population, that would mean that the numbers of older people with care needs would rise by about almost 50% over that same period. And I've already indicated, of course, these projections are sensitive to the assumptions on mortality and disability. So this is just to present the figures in chart form. The purple bars are for a sort of wide definition of disability, any limitation in activities of daily living, like feeding and dressing and so on, or indeed in shopping or other so-called instrumental activities. The orange bars are more severe disability. And linked to that, these are the projections that we produce for the numbers of people who we estimate would be needing or coming forward to receive long-term social care specifically over the next 20 years. And the sections of the bar indicate both the type of care, i.e. residential or community-based, and also who would pay for it, which is one of the issues that we're being asked to advise on. And in headline terms, what we are showing is that over time, in the residential care sector, it is likely that the proportion self-funding would rise, and hence their numbers would rise faster than the publicly funded, basically because of trends in home ownership in late old age. For the community settings, the opposite is true. It is likely that the numbers publicly funded would rise faster than the numbers privately funded, because the costs of care are rising and likely to continue to rise faster than older people's incomes. So this, in a sense, is part of the picture that we're preparing for policymakers to inform their decisions on reforms to the system. So local authorities spend on adult social care pre-pandemic was about 8.4 billion, and that post, in 20 years' time, we project that this will roughly double, forgetting about inflation, so double in constant prices, and that it will lead, even if we get economic growth on the lines that was at that time being projected, it would lead to the proportion of the economy's output going on publicly funded social care for older people to rise by about a half, from 0.45 to 0.65 of GDP. So this is to give a general picture of the rise not just in the expenditure needed in cash terms, but is likely to rise as a proportion of the outputs of the economy. And that is one of our key findings, again, to inform decisions on the sustainability, really, of public funding for adult social care. So I'm now going to take a step back. Of course, as an economist, we're interested not just in the analysis, but also on the issues that lie behind considerations about how best to fund care for older people. And I found very interesting in this context is some comments by our late colleague, Sir John Hills, who referred to the 4 objectives of the welfare state as per this slide. And I suggest that all of them have a degree of relevance for adult social care, long-term care generally. Of course, it is insurance. I mean, the state is providing insurance against risks, and that applies to a lot of the welfare state, pensions and unemployment, and also, of course, long-term care. It also redistributes money from those with, towards those with greater needs and from those with lesser needs, but almost by definition, that is what we mean in sense by supporting people with care needs, that they're getting resources which are coming from taxation paid by the rest of the community. But the other 2 I'd also draw attention to. There's a degree of smoothing income across the life cycle. That is obvious for the state pension. Of course, people are contributing while they work, receiving when they're retired, but to many ways the same is true of long-term care. People are receiving, if eligible, in the latter years of their life, mainly. And stepping in where the family fails, well, it's more stepping in here where the family can no longer provide care themselves and the person needs publicly funded or privately funded formal care services. So a big issue here is managing risk. I've already pointed out that this is one of the objectives of the welfare state. How is this best done? Now, in many fields where there's a risk, no risk to our car or our home, we take out insurance, or may be required to take out insurance. Risks then get pooled across the population, in effect. So if someone does have a burglary or fire or whatever in their home, they're not carrying the risk themselves. It's been shared out among all the policymakers. Unfortunately, this is, or maybe I shouldn't say unfortunately, but it's just a fact, this is very difficult to achieve for long-term care. The big insurers, as you may know, entered the market around the year 2000, I think, maybe a bit earlier, and pretty quickly left it again. So long-term care insurance does not exist in the UK, although it does in some other countries. That market failure is one of the traditional reasons for the state to become involved and provide, in effect, a form of social insurance, even if it's not called that. And that is usually, under most scenarios where people are risk averse, of course, an efficient way of proceeding, and raises the issue, well, why is there then a means test? Why isn't everyone being covered by that insurance? So that is part of the issue here on risk. Just to note that, of course, other countries have tackled this in all sorts of different ways. Some have social insurance, no means test, like in Germany. Some have a much more generous tax-funded system, like the Austria and I think most of the Scandinavian countries. Some have a mixture, like Japan and also Korea, which has more or less followed the Japanese system. Some do have some private insurance, including Israel. And we and the United States have what is described in the literature often as a safety net. So in a way, we're out on a limb together with the states in having this very strict means test. So that a lot of people, particularly in care homes, have to fund their own care, as has already been mentioned. And this balance, and what's displayed here, I think is again, in many ways, at the core of the debate over the last 25 years. So there are also other economic issues to consider. Of course, almost any funding system, or indeed organizational system, poses incentives, both for the local authority in this case, and for the individual and their families. And one of the pieces of advice, economic advice that would be given to policymakers is to help think through what those incentives are. Now, one of the issues being raised in this country with the means test is where there's a disincentive to save, particularly if people can't save large amounts of money. Why save if you're going to have to use that money to pay for your care? If you don't save and don't have the money, the state will pay. So that's been one of the issues raised in this context. There are also other incentive issues here, and we've long had, here and in most countries, issues about whether there are slightly distortionary incentives between residential care and community-based care. I don't think I've got time really to go into that now, but that's also been part of the reason for past reforms in England. There are big issues in terms of equity, and I probably hardly need to say that, but clearly the way care is funded, and indeed also the eligibility criteria in terms of need, have equity implications. So, but the question is equity of what? Is it equity of inputs, so that everybody with the same needs gets the same hours of care, let's say? Or is it equity of outputs, everyone, or outcomes really, I should say, that everyone is given the opportunity to have the same quality of life, if you like, and that hours of care are tailored around that? That is important for the issue of whether, when the state provides care, it should take account or should not take account of the input by unpaid carers. And then there are issues about what inequities should we be concerned about, and the one relevant to the debate is particularly diagnosis. You may remember the Royal Commission years ago pointed out that people who have cancer are cared for by the NHS free of charge. People with dementia, has already been mentioned, of course, are relying to a very considerable extent on social care and may have to pay for it. I won't talk long about the sustainability of care, I know I'm running out of time, but that is, of course, one of the issues lying behind the analysis that we do, that policymakers, ministers want to know about the sustainability of different funding mechanisms in the future, and indeed about the current system, and we're advising and helping the Office for Budget Responsibility on that point. The funding reform I probably don't now have time to speak about. We've been doing quite a lot of work on the costs of it and of how it would affect different groups, income groups in the community, different people by housing tenure differentially. We published a paper on that last year, which, of course, the Department of Health and Social Care and the Treasury have with quite detailed analysis, and is publicly available on our website. So basically some concluding points. I mean, again, I like to emphasize that the moment we talk about funding, I think we should say the majority of the costs, of course, fall on the family, as I think has been already discussed. That the funding mechanism in England is indeed very complicated and is controversial, remains, I think, controversial, and it's complicated, I think, for all concerned. And it would be even more complicated if the proposed reform that the government intends to implement in 2 years' time is in fact implemented. And to say that when we study as economists this issue, there are a whole lot of different sort of economic issues around sustainability and equity and incentives to be taken into account. But as a researcher, just to conclude, of course, I do feel that it's really important that policy should be informed by the evidence, and that is what we're trying to achieve. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hi, I'm Jill Livingston. I'm one of the trustees of Nightingale Hammerson, and a researcher and a clinician in the work that I get paid for. And it's my great pleasure to help go through the questions, these really fascinating ways of looking at it. So there's criticals tell us what it feels like and what people think about it. and Raphael what it costs, which is actually a huge amount of what people think about as well. And it didn't come up really when you talked about it, but the fear that people will spend all their money, or that they won't be able to, quite realistic fear, that they won't be able to afford the sort of care that they want. So I wanted to give everyone the opportunity now to ask questions, and if you could put your hand up for questions, then say who you are and who the questions are addressed to. There's a lady at the back here, if we can start off by her.
Hi everybody, thank you very much for hosting the day. I'm Liz Jones, I'm the Policy Director at the National Care Forum. We're a membership organisation for not-for-profit providers of care and support, and delighted that Nightingale Hammerson are one of our members. So lovely to see you, thank you for having us. Mike, I've got loads of questions. I'm going to start with one for Raphael.
Come here, one.
Raphael, it was really fascinating to have a kind of comprehensive but succinct overview of the complexity of funding and trying to navigate the political minefield that we are facing. So there's a general election coming soon. It could be spring, it could be autumn. If things go badly, it could be January, I would say. Because we have seen that the ambitions of this government in relation to social care reform have stalled, and the recent National Audit Office report actually set that out really starkly. So I think that what would be very helpful is to understand from the evidence that you gather through your projections work, how could we use that in conversations with the potential next government, whichever combination of parties win. How do you think we can use your evidence effectively to bring more pressure to resolve the stalled policy position that we're in? Because all of the parties find the social care reform agenda incredibly challenging on the doorstep and worry that they haven't found a funding solution. So what do your insights give us that we could potentially use in influencing across the political spectrum?
Go on.
Thank you very much for that question. It's nice to meet you. Of course, I'm not an expert. Oh, I'm very sorry. Is it on? Can you hear me? No, yeah, sorry. Thank you very much for the question. Of course, I'm no expert on comms-related issues. I'm an economist and researcher. I think you can point to the papers and evidence we've produced and published where we've looked over the years at lots of different possible funding mechanisms. But one specific possibility, and I know that parliamentary committees have been interested in over the years, and many of them, of course, have recommended, or on very many occasions, they've recommended reforms, including possibly free care, as in Scotland, is to point to other countries and to point, for example, just across the border in Scotland, or to point to Germany and Japan. And I know that these systems have been, as I say, examined both by parliamentary committees. Also Nuffield Trust, I think, has been particularly active in looking at them. So, that's certainly one possibility. Other systems which rely much less or not at all on a means test do appear to be working in other countries, obviously at a cost, and that has, as you know, been a challenge in Scotland. So that's one thought.
Okay, thank you. You just got someone online.
I have two questions for Kritika, and people are thanking you very much for your presentation. The first question is, it's a great project. This person is curious if you have any ideas around practice and policy implications from your findings. The second question is, does your research identify any avenues for how we can proactively support moves prior to crisis points?
Yeah, thank you very much. Is this working? Yeah, thank you very much. Yes, so our practice recommendations arising from the study were very much about supporting the workforces that support people living with dementia and family carers. Like I said, a lot of the evidence that we weren't expecting was about the amount of work care home managers do in this situation. And just touching on the finance point that Jill raised, there was a lot of advice being sought from care home managers about what to do, when will the money run out, what happens when the money runs out, should they be making a move when they know they have a certain amount of budget for a care home move, or should they wait because they don't know how long a move for a relative living with dementia will last, how long the money will last. So one of our big practice implications is very much about encouraging care home managers to be seen as a workforce that deserves training in a little bit of these kind of matters, because they give so much of the advice and the support that is usually just in passing conversations rather than in these formal meetings that seem to be taking place at the time of a move being considered. What was your second question?
My second question was if your research identifies any avenues for how we can proactively support moves prior to crisis points.
Yes, thank you. I think all about just having these conversations early, and how early is about how early a family member is willing to consider it. It can vary between families. It can vary between how someone living with dementia is willing to accept the diagnosis, but people waiting for a crisis to happen, and crises happen. It can happen, a carer can fall down the stairs and a crisis move can happen. But the idea of having discussed a care home move potentially happening was what was coming out as a significant finding, that a care home move wasn't traumatic because it had been discussed in the family, because of waiting lists, because of respite move. So even though the crisis can take place, the move wasn't as traumatic when it had been managed and discussed a little bit more.
Yes, thank you. Hi. Really wonderful talks. Thank you so much. My name's Jennifer Allison, and I'm an Associate Director of Nursing and Midwifery at the National Institute for Health and Care Research. I'm also a lead matron in a research facility in Southampton. I'm also the wife of someone who died last year with dementia in a care home after being admitted, I guess it was about 9 months. So I have a question for each. Is that all right?
If you can just do it fast, just because loads of people want to talk.
Okay, then I'll just pick one, and I'll come back to Dr. Sams during the break privately. So, Professor, I'm just wondering, I was encouraged to look at care bond investment to support the fees, the £77,000 a year of fees that my husband was incurring. And when he stopped eating, and I proceeded to do that, when he stopped eating at the end of March, as a nurse, I knew he probably wasn't going to need a care bond. But there was this optimistic sort of encouragement by the care home. Oh, we've seen this happen. We've seen people turn around. We've seen things improve. And I'm sure that they did. I was wondering if in your figures or in your work you have any data on sort of how many people go down that care bond route, because I was on the verge of investing a very significant portion of our savings to secure his future. So he was significantly older than I was, and I really felt it was unlikely, but I was really frightened. It's that whole fear of the paying and wanting him to be able to stay and be looked after. Do you have any figures on the care bond? Is that something that people use frequently in self-funding?
Do you want to? I think the question was to you.
To me, I assume it, yes, I assume it was. Yeah, thank you for that question. I don't have up-to-date figures. Actually, maybe I should just clarify. By care bond, I assume you mean this type of annuity where you pay a lump sum to an insurer and they promise to pay the fee for life. Yeah. I mean, that is available. It's a different type of insurance from long-term care insurance. That does exist. I think there are only 1 or 2 companies that offer it. 4 now. Right. So more than I was aware of. When I last had contact with them, I think they did not have huge numbers, huge uptake, and I believe that it was in a way you get other issues then that complicate insurance, because the people who did buy them lived for considerably longer than average, which is hardly surprising, because that is the belief that they might do so, no doubt affected the purchase, which makes them a very expensive product. But I'm sorry, I don't know the amount of uptake, but it's not vast, I think.
This
we're
is
going
a
to have
question.
to mainly talk in Greek, because everyone wants to say things. Go on.
Hi, I'm Zena Aldridge. I'm a social care nurse fellow in RHR and a dementia care specialist by background. Kritika, the question's for you. In terms of your cohort, was there a difference between those who were self-funding and those who were funded by the state? Because I would argue that in my own clinical practice, choice is something that is taken away for people who have a state. So it may be a suboptimal time in crisis, but ultimately they have no choice. And then certainly in terms of looking at proactive care, I would often support families who had that choice and were self-funding to find a more optimal time. But unfortunately, that's not what the open up opportunity is for everybody.
Absolutely, that's exactly what we found, that those who were self-funding had more choice about the homes they could choose, when they wanted to move, whereas most people on local authority funding didn't have the choice of the care home. And people whose money ran out because they'd chosen to move at an earlier stage had to move into a self-funded, had to move into a local authority funded care home, but again, they didn't have choice, and the move was to a home that was much further away from the relative who could have supported them with visiting and that kind of thing. So exactly what you just said.
Karen Dodd, I'm a consultant clinical psychologist, recently retired from the NHS, and I've worked with people with dementia, both older people and people with learning disabilities, specifically people with Down syndrome all my career. My question is to Kritika. Did you find any impact of other forms of support for the families that you talked about? I'm thinking about dementia navigators, admiral nurses, advocacy services.
And that's a really good question, because another phase of our study, which I can talk to you in the break about, focused on that. So for this presentation, I focused on just the qualitative interviews, and we didn't include all the other forms of support because, yes, they were part of another study and another phase of the study, and I can maybe talk to you in the break about that because they were quite a useful cohort.
Thank you, Rose.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Ros Taylor. I'm a palliative care doctor and a trustee of Nightingale. Thank you both. I've learned I've learned a lot. Question for Kritika. I have got a separate question for Raphael, but it could wait to the break. Diversity. I'm often involved in trying to help support people to move to care homes from a hospice or from home. And we have a lot of South Asian patients in our community, and there's much more intergenerational care at home and much more stigma around moving to a care home. And I wonder from your cohort what the diversity was. But the second thing I want to say is I also see a lot of separation anxiety where we're almost causing a divorce towards the end of life when a spouse has to move into a care home. And I'm thinking about the psychological support for the carers and whether we need more couple therapy when people move into care homes.
Both of those are really good points. In the first, no, our sample wasn't as diverse as we would have liked. We were going by care home residents, so we were going by those who were in care homes already, and it was largely a white British sample. So from the 21 family members that we spoke to, 14 were white British. So I realized that is obviously not representative. And your second point, again, most of our carers that took part in our research were adult child carers. So again, that's a really good point, because there can be a completely different bond when it's a spousal carer who is making the decision. But in a lot of the cases, there were family decisions being made rather than just the one person making the decision on behalf of their relative. So I can imagine that is much more traumatic for a spouse who feels the divorce, as you said.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Miriam Kennett. I run the Green Economics Institute, and I've published several books on care which several governments have used. And my question perhaps is to Raphael, because there was a really interesting line on your PowerPoint there. I've noticed in my work, and I do a lot of work, I've got a team going out to the UN, etc., that so many of the people in their 50s and 60s are, if you like, adult carers, or suddenly thrust into that, including myself, and it's really affecting, I would say, the economy, production, export, everything, because we're constantly being called to do this because the system's failed completely. And I've seen it with so many of my team, and what happens is they break. They absolutely break. They cannot cope with the demands that are put on them. And I wondered how much, we've all heard about it in the feminist context, in feminist literature, but I think what's interesting is it's not coming into the other literature the other way around to stop the causes of it. And I also make a lot of policy, and I'm really interested to see what we can do to stop this, because you're having a whole generation of wasted, productive people in the economy, and I think it's really important. And having experienced it now, I never thought it would happen to me, but it has. It's just a nightmare. So even with good homes, you know, so there's something wrong with the state, we've got to do something about it. So I wondered if you could talk about that. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much for that question. I mean, we're doing in the research units where I work at LSE, we're doing a whole program of work on unpaid care, which because I didn't have time to refer to much in my presentation. That included a survey and interviews with people at that point in life, sort of middle age, I guess we call it, about the care they provide now, and in many cases about looking to the future, that the people were not carers now, and the questions were about their expectations about how their parents would be cared for should they need high-level care in the future. Colleagues have also looked, for example, at the loss to the exchequer through people providing unpaid care in terms of people who've had to reduce or give up employment, and hence, of course, they may receive carers allowance, perhaps, and of course tax revenues are lost. So it's a very big policy issue. I know, of course, that as you know, there's been the Carers Action Plan by the current, well, if you call it the current government, Conservative government, and that built on the National Carers strategy from the previous Labour government. There's been a lot of interest, as I understand, politically, and not too much disagreement between the parties, I think, on this issue relative to many others. As I see that there's a real tension here, because if fewer people provided unpaid care at that sort of middle age point, of course, more demand would fall on public funds, so that there'd be another type of impact on the exchequer. So that what I understand to be policy is to try to make it more possible for people to combine caring at least up to a certain number of hours per week with continuing to be in the labour market. Because as you, I think, imply, once people have left the labour market at that point in life in their 50s, they may not rejoin it, even if their caring comes to an end. Or if they do rejoin it, that may not be straightforward. They may have missed work opportunities. They may have lost out on pensions. So it's a very, very big issue. And as far as I can see, there's no very easy answer to that, because either way, the exchequer and public funds and productivity, ultimately GDP, are affected unless people can somehow combine employment, at least part-time, with continuing to care at least up to certain numbers of hours per week. But some of this group also still have dependent children at home as well. So I think it's a very difficult policy area.
We've got time for one more question. I'm hoping that Kritika and Raphael will stay around, because I think that everybody here wants to talk to you. One last question.
Hi. I have a question from online. Kelly Lindsay, who's the Managing Director of intergenerational charity Friends Indeed in Norfolk. She's asking if there is research taking place on the tangible value of the support from the community and volunteering in the care sector, thinking about intergenerational work. She quotes care home managers that it must reduce the strain on NHS services, unpaid carers, and contribute to the reduction of medication for care home residents, while also helping with better sleep and less anxiety. And this question is for any of you. Thank you.
Maybe we'll hold that thought for when we're talking about intergenerational care, because it's not entirely about this part, but we are talking about it later. So maybe we'll just hold that thought for now and talk about it later. These have been really fascinating talks. I want to say that somebody I know who was leading in the politically about looking into solutions said to me, I said, so what are you going to do? And he said, everyone knows what must be done and nobody knows how they could be elected if it is done. And I think that is part of the huge crisis. It's quite clear that it is not satisfactory here, and I think Theresa May demonstrated when she went to election and had proposals about what should be done, that it's incredibly difficult to be elected while offering solutions to this. So anyone who comes up with a great solution to this problem will be may rise politically and have to leave academia and the care home setting. So thank you. A really fascinating session from both of you.
Okay. Fascinating. I've heard this word a few times. It's really fascinating, very interesting. So I want to say thank you so much. We've heard about the difficult decisions in moving into care homes, the complexities of funding. So these are real issues that we face and that needs addressing. So I'm really pleased that you touched on those, and thank you so much. So I want to thank Dr. Jill Livingstone for the Q&A, and Dr. Samsi and Mr. Greenbeck, thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you. So now we want to review a little bit. We will have a 15-minute break where we're going to have some refreshments. There's teas, coffees, drinks, biscuits, and activity lounge. So please feel free to come. We'll meet in the next 15 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? May I have your attention, please? We are ready for the next part. We are ready for the next session. Okay. May I ask you to take your seats? Okay, may I ask you to take your seats? If we can make a start. I don't know how you are all feeling now, but I can feel now the meter is going up. We've got more coming. We've got more ready for this afternoon. And just a little spoiler alert. This is just for me personally. I went to see a psychologist to treat my giant ego. And I think it worked. You know why? Because I'm feeling much better than all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in our second session after the break. And I have here someone who, you cannot formulate or create experience. You have to go through it. Then you can tell people your experience. My next presenter is an acclaimed innovator, an MBE whose work has attracted global media attention through intergenerational. Let me introduce Judith Horowitz. Please welcome Judith to the stand.
Good morning. I'm delighted to be with you, sharing our journey and our learning and some exciting developments in the dynamic field of intergenerational practice. Just to explain, I will be using a few abbreviations because Apples and Honey Nightingale is quite a long term. So I will every now and then say AHN. And it's the same with intergenerational. You find that your tongue kind of slips. So I'll be using the term IG interchangeably. So some of you may remember my presentation at the first Care Home Research Forum 2 years ago, when I introduced Apples and Honey Nightingale, CIC, a not-for-profit intergenerational early years setting situated in the grounds of Nightingale House. That's the south side site of Nightingale Hammerson, and explained its raison d'etre. A lot has happened since then, and the world feels like it is in a very different place as we cope with post-pandemic trauma, financial instability, and now living through 2 more devastating wars. Yet it is still the events that affect us personally that impact most and that consume our lives. Relationships, health, birth and death, and of course, the quality of life of our loved ones of all ages. But it is on relationships that I want to focus. One of the reasons I opened Apples and Honey Nightingale 6 years ago was because I had witnessed the impact of my own children's relationship with their grandparents, a privilege that I had never myself been granted. These benefits were not just the obvious ones of having convenient free childcare, they were much deeper, grounding the children in the continuity of existence as an essential link in the chain of life, whilst capturing the skills and history of their grandparents who shared their wisdom with the children. Integral to the curriculum of Apples and Honey, my original early years setting, were occasional visits to Nightingale House, where the children could mix and mingle with an age group with whom they may not otherwise come into contact. These visits increased as we saw the impact of the interactions on both the children and the residents. And when I approached Nightingale House to suggest opening a nursery on their site, they agreed. And AHN, Apples and Honey Nightingale, opened in 2017 as the first co-located daycare and preschool in a care home with a daily program of mutually beneficial activities in England. Dr. Ali Summers, my co-founder, wrote a case study on our first year, and in 2019, a report on the impact on the well-being of our grandfriends, and our learning and our research journey had begun. We realized at AHN that coming together with good intent was not enough, and we decided to open AHN Education and Training Centre. It was important that intergenerational programs should be mutually valuable, meaningful, accessible, reciprocal, relational, and safe. And I think that now it's time for me to start my PowerPoint. The Beth Johnson Foundation wrote the universally accepted definition for IG practice in 2001. Now I shall read it to you. Intergenerational practice aims to bring people together in purposeful, mutually beneficial activities which promote greater understanding and respect between generations and contributes to building more cohesive communities. Intergenerational practice is inclusive, building on the positive resources that the young and old have to offer each other and those around them. As I mentioned before, quality intergenerational interactions are not just sweet, they are essential. Apples and Honey Nightingale Education and Training opened on the 1st of February 2022 and is regulated by NCFE, a regulatory body that specializes in social care and early years education training. And I'm delighted to share our website video, which was only uploaded last week.
In a world marked by an ageing population, a bridge connecting generations has never been more vital. That children are often away from their grandparents and older people are isolated from their families. Intergenerational practice champions the ideas that the older generation, the younger generation, can learn, inspire and support each other. Its practice has gained momentum in recent years, and its potential to enhance our communities is undeniable. Judith Ish Horowitz, MBE, co-founded the Apples and Honey Nightingale Nursery in London. Her pioneering work has had a dramatic impact upon not only the children and the elderly, but also the wider community. The structured daily activities include shared singing lessons, gardening, craft and story sessions, which provide opportunities for shared experiences. Her continued passion and efforts have inspired others to explore different intergenerational initiatives. Yet for intergenerational practice to continue to grow and develop, there is a need for high quality training. Apples and Honey Nightingale Education and Training have developed a set of intergenerational care qualifications to support the intergenerational movement to thrive and to create a lasting impact on the communities they serve. We have developed a meaningful set of qualifications which range from a one-day CPD course to a nested qualification which includes an award, a certificate and a diploma. Through a mixture of online and face-to-face tuition, they have learnt about intergenerational practice and the impact it can have on all stakeholders. The students have had an opportunity to observe intergenerational practice at Nightingale House.
You can see. Thank you. But you can see there the power not just of the intergenerational interactions and engagements, but is the power of trained, qualified people, people who are experienced, who know what they're doing, who plan, and then deliver and evaluate actual programs that have sustainability and that build relationships and are long-lasting. And here you can see the two pathways that we have now developed, a professional pathway which leads to the level 3 diploma, and also a non-professional pathway for volunteers and anyone who is actually interested in our work. Our second cohort of students have just completed the award. We're beginning a new course tomorrow, and our first residential summer school partnering with Nightingale Hammerson will take place next summer in 2024. So if you wish to come on it, please go and sign up now. Our current project as well is for the National Lottery community-funded Creating Intergenerational Communities. Partnering with Generations Working Together in Scotland and linking Generations Northern Ireland, we gained a National Lottery grant for a national pilot to develop potential indicators of intergenerational good practice across the UK. And this has actually funded for Marilia, my development officer, who is here and who can share more about this project. It's taking place across the whole of the UK. And I say your left, you can see that there is a picture which represents, it's the Kaplan levels, which represent the 7 different levels of contact in intergenerational practice, rising from level 1, where people learn about each other without actually coming together, to level 7, when the intergenerational interactions are reciprocal, relational, carefully planned, delivered, and evaluated to ensure that sustainability I mentioned. So our remit is to develop quality indicators in intergenerational practice. And this word cloud represents the responses of our IG colleagues, and they have helped to inform the development of these indicators and the toolkit that we are preparing to support IG practitioners in achieving these standards. In order to trial our quality indicators, the funding also supports us in our organisation has committed to develop 10 IG community spaces. And Apples and Honey Nightingale is supporting 10 projects across England and Wales. And we call them spaces because they don't have to be physical spaces. They don't have to be a nursery in a care home. They can be any opportunities where generations come together and actually create meaningful programs. So our very first pilot is the Nightingale Hammerson IG community space. We held a preparatory focus group in September to ensure that all the stakeholders were consulted. As you can see, we looked through everyone we thought could have an impact or it could be involved. It was important that everyone's voice was heard and that everyone felt ownership. So we had residents, relatives, children, parents or carers, childminders, volunteers, care staff, nursery staff, activities team, and the therapist team were all represented. We agreed at our meeting that the space would be open from 10 o'clock in the morning until 5 p.m. in order that it was accessible for all age groups, including school children who could come to our after-school club. Members requested specific activities and interactions which helped inform our programme, like support with technology and sharing of skills. And of course, we had to have refreshments. And then it was time to start measuring the impact. We devised a set of evaluation forms for our 4 different cohorts to be our baseline. So we have evaluation forms for our residents, for another one for the care staff, nursery staff and volunteers, another one for parents and carers and local community members, and one for the children. I won't spend too long on our graphs, as they do not show change yet. We've only just started. We're still in November. But it feels, it's just been amazing. I can tell you that, and I can think you can see it from my face, just how marvellous it's been. I won't have time to share too much, but you'll see that the questions that we asked were all aligned with only slight differences to reflect the cohorts. So the question for residents asking why they had come to the group was reworded for members of staff to ask what their responsibility was. Were they care staff or nursery staff or volunteers? The children were asked to fill in a smiley face chart, and I've scanned the results, but I'm afraid it was not possible to represent them on a graph, so I didn't bring them today. But it'll be very interesting to see how the graphs change after each evaluation exercise. So you can see here that for the grandfriends, the largest age group was over 90. I'm just going to whip through them, only stop at some. It was good to see what the reasons were for joining the community space. And the majority of the residents actually came because they really wanted to see the children. And we will be measuring just whether or not there'll be a change in people's perceptions afterwards and how much they enjoyed the interactions, the things that we have planned. And we've taken on board other suggestions that they've made. Here you can see we actually looked at the variety of staff and volunteers. And because these are the practitioners, we were looking actually at the principles of intergenerational practice and seeing whether they actually felt that the interactions that we were preparing, we were delivering together with them, were ticking the correct boxes. Purposeful, mutual, reciprocal, and so on. There we are. And I can assure you we have higher tables now. So here again, a complete contrast in the age group. I have 2 minutes. I'm going to nip through, right? And there were other reasons for people joining our space. So I need to move. Our second focus group meeting is next week. So I'm hoping I have a lot to share, and we will share our slides then. We are involved in other research projects. We have a postgraduate student who is doing a research project on intergenerational communication for people living with dementia. We're working with the Frobel Trust, Roehampton University, on a paper on nurturing spirituality in early childhood. This is working with China and in England, and we're looking at it from an intergenerational aspect. I want to particularly give credit to Mariana Sanchez et al. For their recently published book. We have been using that book to help inform the quality indicators that we're preparing and the toolkit. Just in 2020, just in last October, the World Health Organization has also published a paper on connecting generations together, which is a very interesting read. We have other projects working across the UK. Ready Generations in Belong was speaking just at Edgehill University yesterday and is working with Keele. So there's a lot of research actually going on. And just to say that Apples and Honey Nightingale and Nightingale Hammerson are ideally placed for research projects on intergenerational practice. So if anyone is interested in doing more research in this area, please do speak to us. There's so much that we can see. And finally, I wanted to say how exciting it is to be able to contribute to this amazing field that has such potential for societal good. Yeah. I'm proud to be on the executive team of Global Intergenerational Week, where Apples and Honey Nightingale is a country lead. I'm also delighted to be working so closely with other IG organisations, with GWT in Scotland and LGNI, that's Linking Generations in Northern Ireland. They act as centres for information for their respective countries. And in partnership with Professor Emerita Sue Reed of the Beth Johnson Foundation, Apples and Honey Nightingale is relaunching the Centre for Intergenerational Practice, Research and Development, CIPRIDA, as a centre of excellence that supports the development and integration of intergenerational work across England. And we are having our launch tomorrow. And I couldn't end without a picture. Thank you.
Judith, your reputation precedes you. Well done for the work that you're doing, and keep going. Amazing. Thank you so much. My next presenter is someone who has worked a lot and is currently working with Nightingale Hammerson. An associate professor, consultant psychiatrist, a specialist in social cognition and functioning impaired for people living with dementia. Please allow me to introduce Dr. Andrew Somerlard.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation to come and speak here, and I look forward to sharing some of the work that we're doing on the SONNET study. So just to explain what I'll be talking about today. First of all, I'll explain what we mean by social connection, the topic of this talk, why it's important in care homes and for all of us, what we know about how we can improve it at the moment, but where there are limitations in that research. And then I'll introduce some of the initial findings from our study. So our focus has been on the concept of social connection. We use this as a broad term, which encompasses all aspects of human relationships and interactions. Those are objective and subjective constructs. And part of our work was, when we started this study, was to think about what we should really take into account. So this figure we generated to reflect this. you can see that we've thought about social aspects that are experienced, areas like feeling lonely or feeling socially connected with other people, and concepts that might be more observed by other people, like how many people we have in our social network, how often we spend time with other people. So that hopefully grounds us in terms of what we'll be talking about today. So I hope we'd all agree really that social connection is an essential human need for all of us, and has particular importance in people living in care homes, something really borne into focus during COVID and the enforced isolation that many experienced. First of all, it's really important for improving quality of life. There's really strong evidence that lower levels of loneliness or lower levels of social isolation are linked with better mental health, better physical health, and also lower risk of developing dementia, better cognitive function for residents. And having good social connection in a care home setting is particularly reflects really good quality care. It's something that we've already heard about today from Judith and other speakers. So to come to the point that social connection is essential in care homes. But evidence suggests a range of different studies that loneliness is a common experience for care home residents. So the figure here is wide. You can see somewhere between 40 and 70% of residents report some level of loneliness. And we'll come back to why that's such a wide variation in a moment. So residents living in care homes have some specific considerations compared to those in the broader community. Most care home residents are older adults, might experience sensory impairment like visual or hearing loss. Cognitive impairment is common, and mobility difficulties. The interaction with families differs when someone moves into a care home setting. So many provide vital social support for residents once they move into a care home setting, but otherwise some residents don't have a close family who can be involved in their care. Staff play a really essential role in ensuring good social connection for residents, but we know that time is limited, resources are limited, and sometimes there's high turnover that means that there is inconsistency in the way that social connection is maintained with staff members. And homes are communal settings. They group meals, group activities are a really key part of the activities and social engagement that people take part in. Finally, the interaction in the way in which different care homes interact with communities differs across different settings. Just to touch on another specific point, some work that we did looking at care home residents with dementia spread across a very large number of care homes across the country showed that a relatively large proportion of care home residents have experienced apathy at some point during their experience. So around half of residents in this study had some level of apathy at some point during the 16 months that we followed them up, although that was often fluctuating. Many residents never experienced that, but some did. And again, that would just suggest that engaging socially is something that some residents really need support to do because they might not have the ability to initiate that themselves. So to go on to talking about what the evidence suggests at the moment, there is a reasonably good body of research that has tested the effect of interventions on various outcomes of social connection. These might have looked at, and I'll touch on some of these in a bit more detail in a moment, some individual level interventions. Those might be reminiscence, facilitated video calling with family members, the way in which different community level and home level characteristics like staffing or the size of an institution affects or is associated with levels of social experience for its residents. And clearly a focus during COVID-19 about the potential strategies that might improve social connection during that time. And our partners in this study from Toronto in Canada have done this nice work summarising some of the work that's been done in the past. So I'm going to just focus briefly on one review that looked at what sort of interventions in care homes might improve, might have an impact on loneliness. And this study summarised 4 different groups of interventions and found variable findings. So what were considered to be animal-assisted therapies, so that might be having real animals coming in, or the sort of robotic animals like the cute robot seal that's used. Those have been tested, and to some extent the experience of having animals visiting a care home was linked with better levels of loneliness, but clearly how acceptable this was really varied. As you might imagine, some residents really didn't like this experience. Residents who were used to having pets had better experiences with animals who visited, and those who maybe hadn't made a choice to have pets during their earlier life didn't enjoy this so much. Probably a more interesting area is the contribution of group activities. So often these were cognitive training sessions that were held in care homes, reminiscence therapy groups, 4 studies that were found looking at these areas, and the findings were quite mixed really from as to whether those improved people's experience of loneliness. The use of digital technologies, by that the authors mean facilitated video calling with family members, on the whole were linked with lower levels of loneliness. And one study assessed the effect of Eden philosophy, so a person-centered care philosophy on experiences of care home residents, and that wasn't linked with lower levels of loneliness. So really quite mixed findings here, I think. I want to touch on the fact that social care is something that's provided in everyday, it, has the opportunity to be provided in everyday care, but the way in which this is delivered is variable, and there's some research which is in some ways quite troubling for the way in which social contact is supported during routine care. This is an old study, this is about 15 years ago, from 2 large US nursing homes, and they videotaped personal care provided in care home settings and tried to analyse the nature of the interaction between the staff and residents. There was a detailed kind of ethical process involved in setting this up and people's awareness of what was happening within this. But the findings suggested that the level of social contact during routine personal care was really very variable. There were some areas where there were, for example, acknowledging or reinforcing or chatting or personal supportive social contact during those interactions, about 50% of the time. But often, the only interaction that was taking place during this particular study were command instructions, verbal prompts, just asking people, giving people directions to support the provision of personal care. So again, I'd emphasise that this is 2 nursing homes. This is some time ago, but you can see that there is the potential that an opportunity for social contact is overlooked, really. Just a few other areas, just again, I suppose supporting the potential impact of social interaction in care homes on various different aspects of residents' experience. This is a study from a drug trial, but where they looked initially at the impact of some different aspects of care that were provided and seeing the impact that social or environmental modifications or music might have on levels of agitation. And it might be difficult to see, but the one that had the largest improvement in agitation was the social interaction that was provided. I think immediately going back to Judith's talk about intergenerational care, social interactions are ranked as providing the greatest level of pleasure for residents. So here, a list of different potential sort of interactions. There's an animal, toy, watching a video, having one of these robot animals coming into a care home, all ranked. And the one that had the biggest impact on affect, enjoyment, was having real children coming into the care home, socialising with a research assistant, having pets come in were also quite high up on that list as to the things that provided the greatest level of pleasure. And the final example here to really emphasise the point that social interaction is really important is that the social intervention here in this study was linked with the lowest risk of people developing agitation. As long as you're able to provide good social care in care homes, then agitation is less likely to occur. But I want to say that some of this research evidence is quite challenging to interpret. Often, and lots of the studies I just showed there have very short follow-up, so it's unclear whether interventions have a lasting effect. Terminology that's used is quite inconsistent. I've probably done so already in the talk so far, but how we describe loneliness, how we describe social connection, social engagement it can often be done in an inconsistent way. So the figure of 40 to 80% of residents experiencing loneliness, that variation is probably not because there is true variation, but because loneliness can be characterised in different ways. And part of this is because many measures, and that means questionnaires, tools, lists of questions that try to assess whether someone is experiencing loneliness or engaging socially, haven't been developed or tested for care setting, and that's where our study comes in, because we recognised that there was no consensus or gold standard approach to how we should measure social connection in care homes. So what we wanted to do in our SONNET study was to try and improve this, so to try and facilitate better research on social connection in care homes, potentially better clinical practice by improving the measurement of social connection. So SONNET, I have at the bottom here, is SONNET stands for Social Connection in Care Home Residents. We formed that into the acronym SONNET, but it's a study that we're conducting with colleagues in Toronto, in Canada. And our aim was to try and develop a measure that should be suitable for observational interventional research, the sort of studies that I've presented already, and potentially have utility in real world settings. So our aim was to do three things, and we're 2/3 of the way through this really, which is that we wanted to identify what measures were available in existing research and what their psychometric properties were. That means how accurate they are at measuring social connection. We wanted to find out from qualitative interviews what care home residents, families, clinicians, care staff, and researchers consider to be important for social connection in care home residents. And that also means finding out what helps and hinders social connection in those settings. And then develop and test our new measure to see whether it can adequately assess social connection. So that's summarised in this image here. First of the two areas, the appraisal of existing measures and the discussions, the qualitative interviews with important stakeholders together helped us to develop the measure, and we're in the green phase at the moment, as I'll explain in a moment. So I'm just going to touch on the findings from each of these. It will be a whistle-stop tour, but I'm happy to answer questions or discuss at a later point. So for this review of existing measures, we wanted to do two things. One was to use this very detailed methodology called COSMIN to help identify what the quality of existing measures were, and then to describe and analyse what those measures, those questionnaires were trying to assess. So in brief, we looked at 8 databases up until the middle of last year for studies which had looked at assessing social connection measures that had been used in care home residents. And there's a little more detail on the methods that we used for each of those analyses, but essentially the COSMIN review, which I'll give findings for in a moment, looked at how reliable and valid the measurements were, and the content analysis looked at what they were measuring. So Our initial search found 9,000 potential reviews. We and the team looked through these and found 38 measures, the majority of which, I'll just point to the middle point here, the majority of them measured quality of life or well-being or another kind of area of well-being, but only had a question or two on social connection. The long list is there. And crucially, the work here led by Hannah and Neha found that, to go to the bottom point, that very few of these 38 measures had actually looked in any detail about how accurate the measures were. So none of them could be recommended for use. So that left the opportunity for us to go on and do the rest of our work. I'll just say that, again, most of these measures were quite non-specific in what they were trying to measure. So they would often, an example being a measure of social engagement, which actually touched on various different areas of social connection. Summarized in the slide here, which I can... Okay, so I want to just talk briefly about AIM 2. So this is our qualitative interviews, which we did across care homes here at Hammerson, but also care homes across the country, and lots of interviews over in Canada with a mix of different participants. And we asked people their views on what was important for their social connection and how it should be measured. And this was summarized in a thematic analysis. And I'll just orientate you about this. So the points on the right here are the things that people said were important for their relationships and their social connection. So obviously there are activities, meal times, activities in groups or on their own. The experiences of verbal and non-verbal interactions. And just the point at the bottom here is one that really struck me during interviews, is how important residents place their relationships with staff members and volunteers. And work that we're doing at the moment is looking to see which factors helped and hindered people to have that good social connection. And there's a list really on the left of resident characteristics, staff characteristics, and care home characteristics that help that. So I'll just say that we then went on and to take those points from our review and from our qualitative interviews into the development of our new measure, which we ultimately thought should prioritise social engagement, activities and relationships, and also the experience that had for residents in terms of their social connectedness. We wanted to develop a questionnaire that could be used, answered by the resident themselves or by someone who knows them well, because we know how important it is to get the insight directly from residents, but obviously some residents might have conditions that make it more difficult for them to answer accurately. We made a long list of 70 questions and have gradually reduced that to 20 items, and I'll just show you a couple of questions here from our scales. This is something, there are 20 of these questions at the moment, but we'll cut that down further. At the top, an example of how often do you leave the care home to spend time with people outside the care home, and residents can answer one of those options, and if they find it difficult to answer, from never, sometimes, often, or very often, they could say yes or no to that question. And a similar list of questions for informants, for care staff to answer. And just finally, we're now testing this scale in care homes across the country and in Canada. So speaking to lots of care home residents and staff members who can answer questions on their behalf. Residents provide information about themselves, give some answers about cognition, activities of daily living, or neuropsychiatric symptoms. They complete our scale and also receive a gift voucher as thanks for their time. Too many button clicks, we will then, our work at the moment is thinking about analysing this to shorten the scale and test how accurate it is. I'm sorry I can't share the answer to that at the moment, but we'll have that soon. So just to sum up, that social connection is essential in care homes, linked to better mental, physical and cognitive health, and a key component of good quality care. There's some evidence that individual and group interventions may improve social connection, but the evidence is limited, amongst other things, by there being no good way of measuring this at the moment. So our study is trying to produce a conceptual map, a figure of what social connection should be, a detailed list of the measures that have been used in the past and how accurate those are, an understanding of what are the barriers and facilitators of good social connection, and work in progress is our development of a new person-centred measure. So acknowledging the huge work of our team and our funders, I want to say thank you very much and look forward to answering any questions. Thanks.
As human beings, we are social beings. I think that touched a lot in what can be done and what we need to look into. So I think that's a really great work. Thank you so much, Dr. Somerlad. That's really important. I remember a few years ago when there was a talk about the big society, people realized that actually social interaction is key to supporting our residents. You may remember that I gave you a spoiler alert. I won't go back into that. But our next presenter is a winner of the National Awards for Service Innovation and Patient Safety, a consultant clinical psychologist, a lecturer to PhD psychology students. Ladies and gentlemen, let me not waste time in welcoming Dr. Ali Tomlins.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening to all our online delegates as well. It's nice to have you here. Blimey, you really put me up on a pedestal with that introduction, Clements. I'll do my best to do it justice. I'm here to talk to you today about non-pharmacological support for people living with dementia. And we're going to think a little bit about behavioural and psychological symptoms of dementia. What are they? I'm sorry if I'm telling you stuff you already know, but hopefully there'll be some thought-provoking things in this presentation. We're going to think about why non-pharmacological approaches are important. I'm going to talk to you about our model of how we work with distress reactions here at Nightingale Hammerson. I'm going to talk you through the process from when we get a referral to when we put some interventions in place. And I'm going to reflect a little bit at the end about some of the benefits as well as some of the challenges of doing this work in a care home setting. So behavioural and psychological symptoms encompass a huge variety of symptoms, such as emotional, perceptual, behavioural disturbances that may affect people when they're living alongside dementia. So it's a real umbrella term. It can occur at any stage in somebody's life with dementia. I've said it affects over 90% of individuals living with dementia. I think the latest systematic review says 97% as a minimum. So actually, a really important topic. The research tends to classify them into 5 domains, so perceptual disturbances, motor disturbances, verbal difficulties, emotional difficulties, and vegetative presentations or more withdrawn presentations. And so examples that we get here in our therapies team at Nightingale Hammerson include examples of referrals we get include things like, can you help us? This person might be experiencing delusions or hallucinations, or they're kind of exhibiting repetitive movements, or there's physical or verbal aggression, euphoria, someone might seem depressed or anxious. There might be disturbances in someone's sleep or appetite. I use this as a bit of a training exercise, and I thought I would introduce it to you today, just really quickly. Look at this picture. Isn't it lovely? It's an everyday picture. You might look out of your window and see this view if you're lucky. And I use this a lot with staff when I'm training staff about why communication matters and why we might get frustrated. So have a look at this picture. Look at the shapes, the colours. Imagine that you are living here with dementia, and you look out of your window and you see this beautiful, beautiful sunset. And then your loved one comes to visit you the next day, and you want to tell them about this, but your words are just missing puzzle pieces for you that day. How would you describe this when your words are all jumbled up? And then imagine that you want your loved one to open the window, draw the curtains, so that maybe this view is there for both of you to enjoy together. But your movements are all jumbled up, maybe. Maybe they're restricted. Maybe you can't signal non-verbally. How would you do it? And if you kept trying to do it, because it would be really nice to share this view, would it be frustrating if someone wasn't understanding you? And then multiply that by maybe 1 million for lots of interactions that someone might experience. And so understanding distress reactions in dementia is really, really important. Our approach here at Nightingale Hammerson to distress reactions are that they are expressions of unmet need. They're a person's attempt to communicate something to us when some of their cognitive and some of their puzzle pieces are missing. It's important, we find it really important in the therapies team and in the care team to really attend to the behavioural and the emotional tone of someone's communication. So not just what's the behaviour, but also what is the emotion that we think might be happening here. How someone communicates depends on a variety of factors within their biopsychosocial story. Their history, their relationships, their experiences. I often ask questions when I talk to family members or significant others when we're doing personal history, and I go, when was the last time this person lived with a whole bunch of people they never chose to live with? And what were they like on holiday when they were stuck in a hotel with really annoying people? What was that like? What do they do? So it's really personal how we communicate. It's our job as detectives when staff come to us and say, somebody's experiencing distress reactions, we can't quite figure out what's going on, can you come and help us? It's our job, all of our jobs here at Nightingale Hammerson, to really be detectives and work with the resident and the wider staff team around trying to decipher what that communication is. And we really believe by meeting unmet needs, we build caring, relationship-centred, Tessa, beautiful relationship-centred champion experiences for all of us. And you, Andrew, described so beautifully why loneliness and why social connection is important. Understanding, being understood is fundamental to quality care in dementia. And to be seen and understood is to exist. And when somebody is experiencing challenges to their existence, from their memory, from their cognitive abilities, from their physical abilities, to be seen and understood becomes really, really important. And we know that distress reactions lead to higher levels of distress for the person with dementia as well as for caregivers. We know that it leads to increased hospital admissions and increased length of stay when people are in hospitals. I've got a reading list if you're interested. It leads to faster rates of decline for people living with dementia. It leads to a greater use of healthcare services, not just for the person with dementia, but also for their carers and their caregivers. There are higher mortality rates for people who experience distress reaction, as well as caregiver burden. And so addressing distress reactions is really important, apart from NICE tells us to do it. It's the first line of treatment. Importantly, please, I want to point out that actually pharmacological interventions also have their place. I know I'm talking non-pharmacologically today, but actually they really have their place. It's in the NICE interventions. It's really important that as a therapist team and a care team, we work with our medical colleagues and our GP colleagues here at Nightingale Hammerson as well, because we know that pharmacological interventions are recommended, but judiciously for short-term use and in cases where there is a high risk of self-harm, either to someone's self or to other people. It's a picture of our lovely therapies team members. If you look at the evidence base, and I've got lots of references for you to read through if you'd like, here are a load of evidence-based therapies. The challenge in research is none of them are exactly replicable. So actually, we don't know which one is best for which distress reaction, or the evidence base just hasn't been built up yet. We here, when we think of distress reaction, use the Newcastle model. It is an evidence-based biopsychosocial model for working with people who are living with dementia, experiencing distress reactions, and working with care staff teams as well to help support that person. And it looks at a whole range of things. So it looks at the medication someone's on, their level of impairment, their life story, their physical health, their social environment, their personality, their mental health history, to understand what might be triggering a distress response or an unmet need, to understand their needs. And when we, and so actually it's a really holistic way of working, and I know we have an amazing therapies team here, an amazing care staff team here. We're so lucky. We've got an amazing team of volunteers here. We've got engagement, an amazing engagement team here, and so many activities. And so actually it is a real holistic approach that we use. Our assessment process. So we meet, when somebody refers someone to us, we meet the person, and one of the key things we do is define what the challenging behaviour, the distressed reaction is. It's not enough just to say agitation or depression. What does that mean? So we look for details like onset, frequency, timing, trajectory, any connections to environment or medication changes. We ask people to describe what they're seeing, describe the behaviour. We look for patterns like worsening symptoms. Do they worsen in the evening? Is it sundowning? Do they worsen before or after family visits? What happens during personal care? We also review medications. We think with our GP and our psychiatry colleagues about, we know there's such a polypharmacy effect that can contribute to distress reactions. We know pain is a big contributor to distress reactions and challenges in communication. So it's really important we take a holistic approach. Most importantly, we talk to the person with dementia, their family, and their significant others to understand their life history. Somebody's not just a set of statistics or notes. We actually want to get to know the person. We want to get to know their lives, what they're proud of, who they are, their irks, their quirks, their proud moments, so that we can really tailor an intervention that suits them. And then once we figure out what we think might be going on, we put some guesses into place of interventions that might work. It's guesswork. We do this through observations, through supporting staff, through trying to meet someone's unmet needs. And then we evaluate whether these are working or not. And I often say to staff, some of our interventions will be rubbish ideas, let's try them and see. And some of them will be brilliant, but we learn through trying, and we learn through that iterative process. There are lots of psychometric measures here for measuring distress reactions. My favourite one is the one at the bottom, the challenging behaviour scale. It assesses and tracks challenging behaviour. So if you're doing interventions in your environment, actually it assesses the frequency as well as the severity of specific types of challenging behaviour, and it's been used a lot in care home settings, so that might be a good one to use if you're doing some research and you're measuring kind of an effect of your intervention. They come with pros and cons, don't they? I mean, the best way that we found is to observe what's happening. I'll be really quick. This is an example of our process. So say a behaviour here is somebody, say we get referred somebody who's restlessly walking up and down the unit wanting to go home. That might be the behaviour that we describe, that we see. We might hypothesize that maybe the person's doing that because they're bored. Maybe the person's doing that because they're anxious. And then we talk to their family and we learn, my mum was always busy looking after the family. She never sat still. So we think, maybe the unmet need then is a need for more meaningful activity. Let's talk to our engagement leads. Let's talk to our care staff. Let's talk to our therapy team. We might have somebody who is staff refer to us because there's a lot of aggressive behaviour when they're trying to support a resident with personal care, and it's really upsetting for the resident and the staff team. And we might think, okay, maybe this person's behaving this way because they're embarrassed, or maybe they're fearful, maybe they don't understand what's happening. And when we talk to the family, we learn, my husband's a very independent man. He rarely asks for help, never asks for directions, doesn't believe in sat-navs, does everything himself, right? So We might think the need here is a need for dignity, privacy, and independence. So we will work with our physiotherapy team, we will work with our therapies team, our occupational therapists, our care staff to think about how we might make this experience of personal care as palliative for this person as possible. And you've seen from that table the importance of family, significant others, including them in care, including them in our care team, really partnering with them in the care we deliver. This has been often people's identity for a long time before people have come to live with us. And so actually that continuity of care is a super important therapeutic thing to think about. Some challenges, super quick, I know I'm over time. There is a limited evidence base, like I said. There's so many non-pharmacological approaches, but what is best for what? And where is the evidence base? There's a paucity of research in that. Resource intensiveness. I mean, this could be a challenge. Some people will say, oh, God, so you've got the therapy team involved, the GP involved, the psychologist involved, the family involved, the care staff involved. So it could be seen as resource intensive, but actually, it's not. Because by getting everyone involved, we get to figure out, we get to be detectives faster, and actually it's resource effective. There might have economic implications. There are some ethical considerations around consent, capacity for some interventions we try, who has LPA over health and financial decisions in some of these interventions we might try, what is in someone's best interest. So we are constantly thinking about that when we work. And when I started this work, carers would say, oh God, so we've got to do behavioural observation forms, and then we're going to try all these different ideas, Ali, that you're saying. And sometimes my ideas didn't make sense. So they said, you know, for example, somebody who was getting really distressed during personal care, the carer was trying to do it as quickly as possible. And I was like, slow down. Let's try slowing down. The quickness is very confusing. And they were like, oh, you want me to slow down the really distressing experience for everyone? But by doing that, it was less distressing and actually ultimately took a less amount of time. So here are some of the issues to consider when working in a care home setting. Thank you very much.
Wow. 3 fabulous speakers. I don't know about you, but I feel so motivated to really dig into some of the things that have been shared. And I hope you've got some really good questions that you'd like to bring to us together this morning. You know, the Chief Rabbi, Jonathan Sachs, once said, when we love and make loving commitments, we create families and communities within which people can grow, take risks, knowing that hands will be there to catch them should they fall. I'm the head of engagement and spiritual care in Nightingale Hammerson. I'm very privileged to be able to support people in that journey. And all 3 of our speakers have really given us a little bit of a pathway that we can all develop in our thinking as we develop a relationship and build up personal care and person-centered care with all of our residents. And so I'd like to invite our 3 speakers back onto the chair as we take some questions together. And so please, as we did previously with Professor Livingston, if you would like to ask a question, please put your hand up, and then we'll navigate the room accordingly. Okay, plenty. Right, the lady in green. Let's get the microphone. Where's the microphone? There we are. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name's Barbara Altunian. I'm a founder of something called Stories for Life, which records on audio those who are in their twilight years. It's an exciting project. We've been doing it since 2017. We're now entering the care home cohort, which we're very excited about, thanks to Jenny, amongst other people. And I just wanted to say, if our services can be of value to either of you, I mean, all 3 of you have got something that we could contribute to. And so my question is, how long will it take you to ask us to do something?
Well, there we are. Okay. Maybe you can think about that over lunchtime, yeah? Let's moving on to our external folks that are online. Thank you, Tessa.
Yes, thank you very much. I have a question here. Let me see. From Frederike Hamilton. Is there any recommendations for people living at home or rural settings where access to multidisciplinary team working or support services or secondary care like dementia specialists aren't as accessible for supporting people with dementia?
Dr. Ali, would you like to respond to this one, please?
Yeah, it's a real challenge. It is a real challenge. And I think currently the way that services are structured, especially in this country, they're not fair, and it really does get affected by your geographical location. What I would say is there are some fantastic, since COVID, we've all learnt to be online. And there are some fantastic online supports. I would always recommend, through the GP, thinking about dementia navigators. There should be a dementia practice nurse in everybody's primary care GP. And actually, as a carer, there are lots of national carer support, Care UK, Dementia Care, that you can link up with online to find either your nearest group of people who might be helpful to you, or online you could meet up with people. A lot of carers also say, I don't want to meet a bunch of carers in my free time. I want to get my nails done. Go and do something for myself. And so looking after your health as a carer as well is so important, so important.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. Another question, please. Professor Livingston?
I was thinking about social support, and this is really for Andrew, and think that Ariel has brought to, and Jenny brought to our attention about the difficulty when you go into a care home to a group of people who may feel you're a stranger and alienate you, especially if you're at a lower cognitive level than them. And also, as my experience of a daughter of a woman with dementia, that when she went into a care home, the care staff talked about how she was part of a love triangle and another woman felt displaced, and this woman would go up and insult my mother, who had no idea what was going on whatsoever, couldn't remember it, wasn't part of a love triangle, but did know, even though she remembered nothing about it. She said to me, that woman over there, she's not nice, but she couldn't remember what it was about. So I'm wondering, because if you live with somebody who bullies you and is nasty to you, you can divorce them, but you can't do that in a care home. And I'm wondering if is that going to be in the scale, because I think that sometimes there really are significant negative social interactions.
Thank you so much. Andrew, you happy to respond to that?
Yeah, thank you. So it's a really good question, and it's a good point that we've certainly experienced in some of our interviews, that people will talk about some of the challenges of living with other people. As you said, living in a large group setting can be really difficult, particularly that there are likely to be some residents who have additional behavioural psychological symptoms that make it more difficult. So I think we hope to try and tap into that within our scale, but I think there's certainly interest in thinking about how care homes can support residents with that really varied level of cognitive impairment and symptoms. I've heard about good experiences here at Hammerson, for example, in providing spaces where people with and without dementia can take part in activities together that allow them to do that, but also separate spaces that allow people who are less cognitively impaired, for example, to feel that space is their own. So I think that, balancing that is a challenge, and one that's really important.
Thank you so much, Andrew. And actually, as we're in here, there's 20 residents out in the foyer, which is a very mixed group of residents that live in this community, having coffee together and following through on all the social aspects that you talk about, the engagement, the support, and the connectivity. So thank you so much. Sir, over here, a gentleman. Yeah, sorry, lady there, and then the gentleman over there. Thanks.
Hi, sorry, me again. It's Zena Aldridge, Social Care Nurse Fellow with NIHR. Ali, I just want to say about do you think there's a problem with the term BPSD when we're talking about people with dementia and thinking more broadly about distress and communication?
Yeah.
And a couple of the tools were talked about challenging behaviour scales. I have to say, I wonder if it's time for the researchers to go back to the drawing board and think about challenging the language there, because it's not helpful, is it?
You are singing my song.
Thank you very much. I'll sing it wherever you like. But I think for me, again, if we start to use tools with those language, it starts to embed a culture where we're seeing people as being challenging when actually we're the challenge often, and the environment's a challenge. So I guess it's about how do we start to use a language that's meaningful to the recipients of care, and don't demonise them for being distressed in our environment.
I love that question. Thank you so much. And actually, BPSD is such a yucky term, I think, because they're not symptoms of dementia. They're actually quite normal human responses to being misunderstood. They're just distress reactions, which is why we call them distress reactions. And the challenging behaviour scale, terrible name. Good scale, terrible name. And often when we get referred somebody who is challenging for staff to manage, I will often sit with staff and go, who's challenged? What's the challenge? Where's the challenge? Why are you challenged? But it's not with the person. The person is never challenging. And actually, I think there's a lot to be said about revising some of our terminology around this area. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have one online and the gentleman next on the right-hand corner there. Sorry, sir, to keep you waiting. Yeah.
Thank you. The previous question was actually from Esther McKillian from Dorothy House Hospice. I mixed up names. This question is from Frederike Hamilton. She's asking Dr. Ali, in these interventions, to what extent have spiritual needs been taken into consideration? Is there evidence around the importance of meeting spiritual needs in correlation to physical well-being of residents?
Thank you for the question. I think you've just found a research project.
Anyone else? Judith, yeah, because obviously...
No, because we are actually doing a research, as I said, we're in the middle of a research project on nurturing spirituality in early childhood, because there's very little research on that. But because we're doing it in the intergenerational setting, we're obviously seeing it working with our older, our grandfriends, and we can see the impact there. And in fact, just the other day, one of our she'll be 96 next week, turned around to me and said, you know what, I think I'm going to convert. Because she's experiencing very, we have a lot of Jewish traditions in our week to give structure and to actually help people feel grounded and know where they are in place, both for the children and for our grandfriends. And they're very sensorial, there has a lot of music, there's movement, so that they're beneficial in so many different ways. And it's just amazing to see what is coming from people who you haven't realized just how thoughtful. Another example, I will be quick, but just this week, our intergenerational poetry session, which was just beautiful, suddenly a gentleman who always sings, he just suddenly turns around and says, 10 green bottles, and suddenly he turned around and started talking about God. And it was beautiful.
Thank you so much, Judith. And I think sometimes we meet God in the most unexpected of places. And I want you to think about that, because I had a situation about a week ago where I was involved in a cremation of a gentleman. I led the service who was one of our residents. And during the time that he was in Nightingale, he really had no connection with any spirituality. But on the day that he was dying, his daughter says, could somebody come and pray with him? And so I was on my way to Hammerson. Our rabbi was actually in Argentina. I picked up the phone, and one of our volunteers, who's 98, came into Nightingale and sat with this gentleman and his daughter, and God was in that moment. And so God meets us in very special moments that we can't necessarily define. And I think for Esther, I say a quick hello to Esther, because Esther actually was one of my team and has done a wonderful job and is now an Admiral nurse in Frome. So let's give her a round of applause. Thank you. This gentleman's waiting very patiently, please. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you. I'm George Tsakos. I'm Professor of Dental Public Health at UCL, and I really found the session fascinating, although it's not about oral health issues in care homes that very much resonate with that. I was fascinated about the idea of the SONET study, and I think it's a really important work trying to get that mess we are into in terms of social connection, social relationship, social support. And I was noticing that you take, Andrew, correctly, a number of questions and questionnaires and scales that are applied in another context, so in a general population, and you're trying to see what works in care homes. I think that's really essential. Can I offer a couple of suggestions, because you mentioned psychometrics, and that's very close to my heart. You're doing work in Canada and the UK, and it might be that culture, although we think we are very similar, it's worth looking at cultural equivalence. What might work here might not necessarily work there, and vice versa. And you can maybe do that with the data you already have. And if you can a little bit extend, I think the devil in the detail will be validity, reliability, as you said, but I think it will be sensitivity to change. So the idea is, okay, we have a scale we measure. If we do something, does anything change? And that's a little bit of a different beast in psychometric analysis. So just a thought, and congratulations.
Thank you so much, sir. Lovely. How many more, Catherine? One online, one over there. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name's Deborah Harrison from A1 Risk Solutions. I'm very interested in both your studies. What I specialise in is I specialise in this model of delivering care, which is called single-handed care. So care that is traditionally delivered by two people. Even with people with dementia, very, very complex needs. However, what that does is it gives you a safe, efficient way of working, but actually provides a lot of social connection and actually reduces behaviours of concern, distress behaviours. So yeah, it was just, so I'm looking forward to the work that myself and Rosalind have just started on, and working with Hammerson. So it may be interesting to have a discussion with you about it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. And it's so lovely that we're just working together, isn't it? And I think for me personally, hearing your work, Andrew, is really enheartening, because for us as engagement practitioners, we struggle to find a system, a process that helps us measure the impact of the work that we do. And so it's really exciting to see what you're doing. And I'm sure we can take it to Napa, so we widen that interest as far as that's concerned. We've got one more online, I believe. Thanks, Tessa.
Thank you. We have a question from Australia, from Dr. Simon Patsisi. He's asking, in view of increased loneliness and social isolation in care homes, which could lead to depression and polypharmacy, I wonder if there is an opportunity to consider quality indicators that evaluate the impact of the intergenerational engagement and potential impact in reduced polypharmacy around anti-anxiety and antidepressants in particular.
Judith, do you want to respond on this one?
I think that I would love that. I think that one of the amazing things about working at Nightingale Hammerson is that we actually work in a multidisciplinary way, and I do know that when there are the multidisciplinary meetings, that one of the options for that the doctors will suggest is to actually engage in intergenerational activities and to be part of that social milieu instead of prescribing a prescription medicine. I would love there to be more research on this. So again, the doors are open. If somebody would like to offer to do that project, we would love to do it.
Anyone else like to comment?
Yeah, I thought I'd just add, I mean, I think it's really interesting, and it obviously brings together the work that we're all doing. And I think, you can see that sort of setting has the potential to be a really sustainable way of providing good social interaction. It's difficult to make that something that can be done consistently throughout throughout the day, and that's a good opportunity to do so.
And because we now have this space that Nightingale has provided for us, we are able to have these interactions through the day. People can pop in, and it's open to the wider community, which was very important, that this community space would bring the local community into the home, as well as opening the home up, that actually you have that free flow, and there's no suggestion that there's this idea of putting someone away from society, and it becomes a full society. And another thing I would love there to be more research on is actually the financial implications of intergenerational work. If you think about the terrible costs of antisocial behaviour for children who actually have not had experience of actually being in a loving, a multi-generational family. If they can actually, we look at the financial implications of people suffering from depression and loneliness and the illnesses that can cause. And you actually if the powers that be were much more holistic in their approach and looked at how we could actually use our finances much more efficiently in a cohesive, collegiate way, I'm sure that we would all be living in a much happier place.
Thank you, Jill. Encore one.
Just very quickly, I had a thought listening to all of you, because I was thinking loneliness is your self-identity is so important. It's such an important construct when you think about feeling lonely. And I was thinking about introversion and extroversion as personality traits, and how, measures of them are posited to stay, that your introversion and extroversion traits stay stable over time. I don't know if that's true, but I just wondered what dementia does to our sense of identity, but also if you're a natural introvert or a gregarious extrovert, what living in a communal setting like this feels like, and whether that has an impact on your feeling of connection or loneliness.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we've got one more question. Lady over there, please.
Hi, I'm Dr. Arti Sharma from the NIHR Northwest London. I just wanted to know, I have a question for Andrew. Following up from your SONET study with regards to social connection, is there going to be any follow-up study on interventions to sort of improve and support social connection? And the second part of the question would be increasing social connection as to increasing meaningful social connection to kind of combat loneliness. Those are my two questions.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you very much. So, to touch on the other question that came earlier on, there's certainly a bit more psychometric work that needs doing with the scales, so testing it in other settings and thinking about how well it's able to detect change over time for residents. But absolutely, that's our aim, is really to help to drive better quality research on interventions. That's certainly work that I would be interested in, and supporting other people to do it by having a better way of being able to measure outcomes. I agree, touching on your point, Ali, that really, what works for one person isn't going to work for everybody. So what is a meaningful interaction does need to be personalised and tested, how that can be done.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we need to draw our questions to an end. Thank you so much for being such an investigative audience. One takeaway here from a discussion I had outside with Professor Deborah Sturdy, and she gave me this lovely thing to hold on to, and I want you to take it away with you, that our role in engagement, wherever we are in that journey, is helping people live their best lives to the end. May we have the courage, may we have the strength, and may we be able to do it. Thank you for being a great audience. Thank you so much.
Really fascinating. This is amazing. So I just want to thank Judith, Dr. Tomlins, and Dr. Somlad. Thank you so much for your presentation. I think you can hear from the questions that everybody is engaged. In my opening, I mentioned I honored the founders of this Care Home Research Forum, and so glad that one of the questions from Australia, Sydney, which I believe now is just encroaching into midnight, that Dr. Simon Pezzisi was one of the people who was founding this. So thank you for being online as well. So thank you so much, everyone, for your presentation. Really appreciate it. Okay. So now I'm gonna, like I say, research is very important and essential for the quality of life for all of us, for those who are in care already, and those of us, we will probably end up in care. Nightingale Hammerson takes pride in working with researchers for the benefits of our residents here and in Nightingale House, not only for us, but for the wider community. So as we speak, we have a team of researchers who are currently actually working, as we say, with us and other care homes. Please allow me to introduce the network of care home researchers. We've got Lydia Davis, Sana Danielle, Saif Fayed, Claire Ellie Smith, and Millie Davis. Please come to the front.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lydia Davis, and I'm just going to do a little introduction about the network. Oh, sorry, on behalf of the network. Before we each give a little bit of information about the work that we're doing at the moment. So the network of care home researchers was founded to support research in care homes due to a limited research evidence base in the area. So we've taken a unique approach with network meetings, at least before the pandemic, were held at Nightingale House. During and since the pandemic, they've been online, but that's meant that we could continue the work we've been doing. So the primary objectives of the network are to support and collaborate with both current and former researchers working with Nightingale Hammerson, with the aim of, through research, to improve quality assurance and standards for residents, but also staff. I think that's a key thing to be considering within a context of relationship-centred care. We are aiming to develop research capabilities and resources within Nightingale Hammerson as the host organisation, but also our findings can be applied to other settings as well, so they're very useful to the evidence base. So the network members include PhD students, research associates, research fellows, clinical academics like myself, and we're working in really diverse fields, including design, gerontology, nursing, and social sciences across a broad range of universities. And we're constantly adding to the network, and people are moving in and out of the network depending on what's going on in Nightingale Hammerson. So it's very inclusive and very flexible to the research that's happening, and we encourage anyone to join who's carrying out research at Nightingale Hammerson. So that's just a little bit of background, and now I'm going to talk briefly about the work that I've been doing recently in Nightingale Hammerson. So just a little bit about myself. I'm a speech and language therapist, but I'm currently working in a clinical academic role at City University of London. So I joined the network just before the pandemic when I was working on a feasibility study that was developing an intervention called Storytelling for Older Adults in Residential Settings. So the aim really was to improve social and emotional well-being by increasing communication opportunities and seeing if we could actually improve or support residents' ability to communicate with each other, interact, and actually work on storytelling skills to see if there was any change there. We started the project just before the pandemics, which was very challenging, but we were still able to carry out interviews and consultative research at Nightingale Hammerson, as well as some other care homes. And then we carried out a single group case study of the STARS intervention. So the role, so I'm continuing to work on this STARS intervention as a broad project, but it's kind of moving in lots of different directions. And something that really became apparent when I was working on the project, I was working in care home settings, and I just thought, why are there no speech and language therapy students in care homes? Really, there's a little bit going on around dysphagia, but I thought really it's an amazing untapped resource of energetic, enthusiastic students who are really focused on communication and social interaction and social well-being, who can bring, you know, energy. They've got the luxury of time to try things out. They can collaborate, they can interact with staff and residents. So I decided that that would be a good thing to focus on, and Nightingale Hammerson have been so welcoming and so helpful hosting the students. So for 2 years in a row, they've hosted our speech and language therapy students, I think some of our nursing students as well, actually, on a longer term basis, but more recently at Nightingale House, we've had, started with 2 students, and then the second year we had 3 students in the spring term, so that's just a week, once a week placement, and then in the summer term, it's a 6-week block of 3 days a week, so it's quite a good opportunity to get things going there. And what we're really focusing on, because I'm practice educator, so I'm on site with the students, at least to get things started, and then the idea is to build sustainability by working with NHS therapists. I can see one in the crowd I've been working with as well at the Care Home In Reach team at St George's. But linking research to practice, so I'm in the position where I'm across quite a lot of the research, so we're looking at ways that we can trial interventions and get things going, at least try them, as you know, Ali was mentioning. Sometimes it doesn't work, sometimes it does work. Enough of it is working and being really quite successful for it to give me hope and, you know, energy to keep going, that, you know, this is something we should be doing. So I thought, I don't have much time, so I don't want to go on too much, but I just wanted to just go over some of the benefits that I've noticed, and I think it's beneficial for everyone. You know, for the residents, I could give a lot more detail on this, but actually the main thing is an increased interaction and communication opportunity. So by communication, I mean that in the broadest terms. So we could be talking about conversations and storytelling and going through personal stories and being person-centred and relationship-centred in care, but also just making connections. That could be non-verbal, that could be about facial expression, making a connection. And you can make a connection with anyone. There's no one that you can't make a connection with. So it's about really doing that detective work and that background work, finding out about life stories, speaking to relatives, speaking to staff. You know, staff has so much they're able to tell us. Because we're in this unique position of residents, you know, working with residents, this is their home. So we can speak to staff who work with them all day long, we can speak to family members, we can observe them, you know, and see what's happening in all those different environments. So it might be observation and an engagement opportunity, it might be during meal times. And we're looking there for communication, functional communication, conversational communication, but also communication breakdown. So communication is a two-way process. It's not about, you know, this isn't working for that person, this person is being a problem. It's that something's broken down, so we need to look at both sides of the equation. And, you know, jumping down to students, I think what the unique opportunities here is we have so many more resources and more information at our fingertips to do that detective work and really work out what's going to support. Say if we're, you know, working with someone with dementia, finding out what's the best way to even just start an interaction with that person. If we know something about them, that we know that actually they're really proud of their cooking and they love talking about their, you know, roast chicken and things they used to cook or would still like to cook, that might be a way in for someone. Or it might be that there's certain things we can talk about that will actually reduce distress, because we know for that person that it's quite comforting and reassuring. So there's a lot of detective work that can be done here. There's a really broad range of clinical presentations and learning opportunities, so it's absolutely perfect for students. So there's the dysphagia, eating and drinking and swallowing side of things, where we're generally having some students in care homes at the moment, but actually there's so much to be learning about the communication side of things across a really broad range of diagnoses. And it's an ideal opportunity to be piloting interventions. So, you know, a lot of what Ali and Andrew are both saying, these are the perfect settings to be piloting interventions, and I would, you know, be quite keen to pilot some of the sonnets outcome measure, because I think that would be really helpful for us. But that's something that students can do. You know, we can just 2 minutes, sorry, I'll move on. We can get them to trial things, you know, go through, do audits, going through files and seeing what referrals are being made, which aren't being made, why things are successful or not. So for staff, I think it's great because it can increase awareness of communication needs of residents, but also there's so much opportunity to collaborate and for knowledge exchange. You know, it's really a two-way thing. And the students have learnt so much from the multidisciplinary team here. And, you know, I think hopefully it's gone the other way as well, goes both ways. And generally for the profession, I think it's a really useful thing to do, to have the student placements here, because it raises the awareness of our role within care homes, which can be a bit of a mystery, I think, in some cases. And also it contributes to the expansion and improvement of clinical practice. It means that we're pushing and we're saying, okay, that's great that that's happening, but we can do better, actually. We can do more, and it's a great way of you know, being on the ground and improving those, improving care, basically. So, thank you. I will now pass over to Millie.
Hello everybody, my name is Millie Davis and I work for the CRN South London, which is the Central Research Network, which is part of the National Institute of Health and Social Care Research, which I know you've all heard a lot about today already. So the National Institute for Health and Social Care Research's aim is to coordinate and support the delivery of high-quality research, which is taking place in the NHS and across the wider health and social care environment, and this includes care homes. One of the ways which we're providing support is through delivery staff, such as myself. So that's research nurses and practitioners. I'm a research practitioner. My background is in neuroscience, and I joined in June 2022. Who else? So the new team that we started is the direct delivery team, which focuses on underserved communities, which is how we've kind of ended up in care homes. So one example of the research that I have supported is the AFREC study. As I'm South London, it was the Nightingale House site that I did it in. And we were looking at portable air filters and the symptomatic winter respiratory infection episodes, including COVID-19. Now, the research isn't over yet, so I don't have any results for you, but Nightingale House was randomly selected as the control group. So even though they didn't receive the air filters, they still provided a lot of help into the research. And I taught staff members how to perform the standardized tests, such as fragility tests. So I supported Bristol University in doing this study. And Nuno, Betty from housekeeping, and Michelle were all very involved in the study, and they also helped deliver. So if you have any questions about what we do, please come speak to us at lunch. Thank you.
Hello, everyone here and the online audience. So my name is Saif, and I'm one of the researchers at UCL, and we are doing this topic trial along with my colleague Sana, and it's a fancy acronym which stands for Improving the Oral Health of Older People and Care Homes. So just to give so this is led by Professor George Sakos here, who's with us, and just to give a brief recap of what we did. So we did a randomized control trial to determine the feasibility of this co-design intervention based on the NG48 guidelines. So these NG48 guidelines are NICE guidelines which which provides guidance basically about aspects like daily mouth care and to improve oral health in care home. So we co-designed this care home oral care toolkit, and it basically contains of this oral health assessment tool, this personal oral care plan, and weekly oral hygiene record. So this can be carried out by the care home staff. And so what we are also doing along with this trial is we are carrying out this theoretically informed process evaluation What this means is we are looking at what worked, what didn't, and what are the barriers, facilitators, and whether the intervention reached the target, which are the residents. So all those things. And how did we do it? So we carried out semi-structured interviews with the care home staff, the managers, and also some of the residents. And we used this Fahrenhauer et al. Framework, which is a theoretical framework. And when we were around halfway, we realized we are not capturing everything. So we did a reflexive workshop where researchers like me and Sana that were involved in the trial, we were taken as participants, and the wider research team, they did the interview, and we tried to capture the key findings that we were seeing during our visits there. And then what we realized that the framework shifted a bit from this Fahrenhauer et al. To the system lens. What it means is that there were various factors that were influencing at different levels. So Sana will be talking about the findings in detail. So without wasting any time, I'll just pass it over to Sana.
Hello everyone, I'm Sana and I'll share the study results with you. Not the study results, the results of process evaluation. So the results are presented according to the elements of the hierarchical system lens. Firstly, it's the paradigm and goals. All the managers that we interviewed expressed a strong desire to participate in the study, and this mainly came from the difficulty that they experience in accessing care for the residents, and also their interest in improving the staff knowledge about oral health. And second, here are some of the quotes that are extracted from the interviews that we did. Secondly is the system structure. The uptake of intervention was largely idiosyncratic across all the care homes, and the organization and efficiency of processes within each care home varied greatly from the other. And there are a wide range of factors that are responsible for this idiosyncrasy. One of the reasons is the time poverty. In the reflexive workshop, one of the researchers reported these people, meaning the care staff, are so overworked. They are very well motivated, they just don't have the time to do the study. Similarly, the care staff are having to cater for competing needs. Due to lack of time, they are having to prioritize one task over another, and they are doing what they feel is important for their resident at that very moment in time. So, and another theme that was identified was the staffing issues. One of the care staff that we spoke to reported there is a staffing issue. If you don't have enough staff, it becomes difficult for them. And to keep up with the oral health training of the staff, it becomes really difficult for us as researchers as well as the management when the staff turnover is so high, which seems to be the problem with almost all the care homes in the country. So that's it's a few of the many challenges that we faced in this. And then moving on to the structural elements. The intervention was generally well received by the residents. However, it was considered important for the care staff to have a good relationship with the residents in order to facilitate this. So as you can see, one of the managers said, so I have to have these lovely conversations and promise him I'm going to marry him tomorrow. So we have to bear in mind almost all of the residents have some degree of cognitive impairment. So bearing that in mind, we need to develop that rapport that is needed to deliver the care that they need. And in the third quote, it says, I'm getting a bigger picture. I'm getting to understand who actually brushes their own teeth. In this quote, the manager is referring to one of the items that we gave in the intervention kit, which was a daily toothbrushing log. The staff records there whether or not the resident has brushed their teeth. So this gave the management a good oversight of the oral care that the residents were receiving or not receiving at all. And then lastly, feedback. This level of system lens refers to the various processes that are used to maintain stability and status quo, and the key finding at this stage was that of excessive paperwork. Although the staff and the management greatly appreciated and valued the intervention kit that we gave them, but the amount of paperwork that came with it seems to be a burden for them. And the staff that we spoke to highlighted the importance of integrating anything new, like an oral care plan, into the existing care plans and routines that are there already in place. So to summarize, our study documented a wide range of factors that can affect the implementation of an oral health intervention in care home settings, and the use of system lens enabled us, the researchers, to account for the hierarchical and idiosyncratic nature of things in the care home settings. Thank you so much.
Hello everybody, thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. My name is Claire Ellis-Smith, I'm a lecturer in palliative care at King's College London, and I'm going to be presenting to you on I'm presenting two interlinked studies on strengthening palliative care for people living in care homes. And the reason we did this work is really with the recognition that many people living in care homes are in the last few years of life and they're approaching the end of life, and many will live with palliative care needs, so physical, psychosocial and spiritual care needs due to living with multiple chronic conditions, due to frailty, due to cognitive impairment. So the majority of residents we anticipate will have some palliative care needs, even if they're not at the end of life. So we presented I'm presenting the results of two research projects, and the first was really to understand a little bit more about palliative care, or how to strengthen palliative care in care homes. And we did 15 interviews with health and social care practitioners. And we had 4 themes related to this. So the first, and I think everybody in this room knows this and everybody online knows this, but really recognizing the highly skilled and demanding work of care home staff, and that actually they're living with people, looking after people with complex care needs right towards the end of life and into death. So that really there's a real need for good support around care home staff. Also, that there's huge variability in accessing palliative care. And so there's some cases, and some care homes have really good support to primary and specialist care, but lots of care homes are much more isolated in being able to access care. So, so this is very, very variable, and even in kind of quite local areas, this can be dependent on relationships or kind of champions. And then and there's a lack of accountability, so there's a lack of named person in providing palliative care. And then also the importance of detecting deterioration, so that actually some people might be very obvious in their deterioration, but some people may have undetected needs. They may not be able to vocalize it, they may not be able to communicate it, and there may be just gradual deterioration or undetected discomforts that they could benefit from a palliative care approach. We then went on to do co-design workshops, and we did co-design workshops with family carers with experience of looking after people in care homes, as well as social and health practitioners. And there were 3 themes related to this. So the first, and again, not new to you, is the importance of person-centered and also culturally specific and congruent care. And really kind of the need, and this resonates with so many presentations already, but the need of engaging with the community. So actually that the community addresses some of the really important social and spiritual care needs that residents may have. There's a real importance for multidisciplinary care teams so that individuals have access to all those who might be able to address palliative care needs. And this is not just specialist palliative care. This is primary care, geriatricians, allied health professionals who might be able to address palliative care needs, and the importance of champions as well. And then really speaking to the importance of detecting deterioration is the use of standardized and structured care processes. So really kind of being able to use systematic assessment and monitoring processes to assess and address individuals' needs. And actually it needs to be transparent, and it needs to involve family members. Family members really spoke about the importance of understanding what processes were in place so they could be engaged in those processes. And then finally, building upon this work, we did some work in implementing a person-centered outcome measure in routine care to support the standardized processes. And really this talks again to a lot of outcome measurement that that's already been discussed today. But really using a person-centered outcome measure in routine care, we asked care home staff to do that, and we did some focus groups understanding their experiences. They told us that it really supported holistic assessments, understanding person's need, and providing a structured way of identifying and also sharing information within and between care home staff, but also with external practitioners. It provided a standardized language for communicating, again, kind of within the care home and externally, and a systematic way of assessing and importantly picking up and assessing deterioration, identifying needs, and enabling management of those needs. And I think that is my last slide. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. During our morning break, I had a chat with one of the researchers, and I was asking, so how do you know all this data, all this information? I said, Clemens, if we knew, it wouldn't be research. I said, yeah. So now, ladies and gentlemen, I believe me or not, this has been quite really inspiring. It's been interesting. The morning has been full of activity. So what we're going to be doing now is we're going to go for lunch. I said, it's on the house. So please don't limit yourself. Enjoy. We've got everything that you might need there. If you need more, please see our team. They'll be happy to guide you. So while you are there interacting, so we also got the hub and exhibition we've got Apples and Honey, we've got JDA, NIHR, Stories for Life, engagement team. So please make sure you have some time to see that as well. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back at 1:30. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? We are now about to start. May I ask you to take your seats? I mentioned earlier on that this morning was really thought-provoking. It was fascinating. Quite a lot. I've been touching base with people here and having chats and seeing how I was just trying to measure the national mood or the mood of the room, how people are, and everybody seems so excited. So we are now entering our the last half of our day. I'm going to introduce someone who truly believes that the greatest asset in healthcare is the workforce. Not the buildings, not anything else, but the workforce. Someone who has shown consistently unwavering passion for adult social care, has held many senior positions in research and policy. The next presenter is someone who is going to do a short presentation. Again, the second spoiler alert. I know we make a lot of noise, but the presenter is going to make a call or take a ministerial call, just to feedback on what's happening today. How exciting is that? Please allow me to introduce Chief Nurse Officer Deborah Steady.
Not quite true. I've got a meeting with the minister that I have to go to. The thing about being a civil servant is that it's the servant bit really does matter. So it's a bit of a three-line whip about quite an important issue that I need to be there for. But I will at some point. I do meet with her frequently, and we just have ad hoc catch-ups. I will talk to her about this because I know that she, Helen Whately, as the Minister for Care, is actually interested in what we're talking about today and how you do improve things. And like me, she's an absolute passionate advocate for the workforce too. It's been a great morning. It's great to be around like-minded people always, and to actually be in a room with people and to reflect and think. And I think that's one of the great things about this, is it just sparks all sorts of ideas. So Jackie, who I've known a long time, and I are planning to meet in the new year to talk about how we can take some of this forward, because it's about, great when we're in rooms like this, there's lots of people who are passionate, but how do you get other people to be inspired and take this? So I'll talk a bit about some of that too. And I was also struck by Ali's comments this morning, a personal reflection about staying in a hotel with people that irritate you. And I just thought, I'm going to be a nightmare if I turn up in a care home, because I'm very judgmental when I sit back on a terrace having a drink and watching everybody else. So it was a very interesting moment. So I'm going to just talk, like I said, I'm going to talk through this quite quickly about what I've been doing. So I've been in post for about 2.5 years now. I came in the second part of COVID, and so that was pretty much consumed with life in 2021. And since that, I was made substantive that September and taking things forward. And one of the things that I felt very strongly about, this is the first time anybody's ever held this position, is that research has to, and that evidence base that we've talked about today, has to underpin the future. Social care nursing research is just getting off the starting blocks. It's very important because you and I both know that evidence numbers talk to politicians. So I think it's an absolute critical investment that we put some real effort into this. So it's been one of my priorities since I've been in post. Now, is this going to work, or is somebody going to do the slides? Right, so just to put in a bit of context just quickly, is that we've got a workforce of about 1.6 million people in social care. 33,000 of that are actually registrants, the rest are actually care workers. So there are 1.6 million people that we can potentially both use as part of our research, but also as 1.6 million workforce that's bigger than the NHS, who can be consumers of research, and that really changes people's experience of care and the outcomes. So absolutely important, but it's a very complex kind of world that we work in. It's about community care as well as care homes. It's working across multiplicity of local authorities. It's not a cohesive area to practice. It's massively challenging, the context in which we work. And I think it's important to say that, because just that simple thing, and a bit of what Jackie and I were talking about at lunchtime, is that even the simple communication, how do you get to all those people? There isn't a single kind of way of doing that. So the critical is the kind of partnerships that we build and develop to take this work forward. And I think, we're talking about care homes today. I think we must remember that our people working in domiciliary care and other settings are equally important and great opportunities for us to actually develop that research agenda. So we've talked about, lots of people have mentioned NIHR, but just thinking about colleagues who are joining internationally, we're talking about, since 2006, £200 million has gone into social care research. It's a huge amount of money. And the NIHR is a critical partner for us. They are, we meet in various kind of research groups and that, but they are our kind of national body. And I think it's important just to contextualise that for people who are joining us internationally. They are the drivers of change. In terms of nursing, Professor Ruth Endicott is the lead for nursing, and I should put HCR on there. And Ruth is an ITU nurse, but an incredible convert to social care. She is a passionate advocate, and it's through both her and Professor Alison Richardson from Southampton, who works in Ruth May, who's the chief nurse of the NHS's team, have become absolute stoic kind of passionate advocates for social care nursing. And I think it's a real accolade to Ruth, really, that coming from that very acute environment, she absolutely gets it. and has been the driver internally for us in social care to appoint Zena, who's asked a few questions today, as the first social care nursing research fellow, who's doing some amazing work, has only been in post a matter of months, but to scope out what the potential is to develop a ring-fenced and funded research social care nursing research programme. And I think that's absolutely critical to how we actually move this agenda forward, because they are our main funders, and developing that expertise. And actually, it's different in social care for all the reasons I've just said. So actually having that person who can lead and take this forward is really important in our mission to embed social care research into social care nursing. And I think that some of the work that Ruth and I have talked about is that creating internships, giving people that flavour. Somebody came up to me at lunchtime and said, you know, can I talk to you at some point about the opportunities for being a clinically based researcher, you know, thinking about scholarships, thinking about PhDs. I've got several nurses at the moment who are really interested in doing PhDs. So how can they actually access funding? And I think for social care compared to NHS nursing colleagues have not had that opportunity and that exposure previously. So it is absolutely critical taking that forward. One of the other things that Ruth Endicott, Alison and I held a round table that I chaired about 18 months ago, and we said, right, so how are we going to make this happen? And one of the things that we have done is develop through the Wessex ARC a series of CRED talks, so looking at you know, care, research, education, and that kind of discussion and debate around research. And there's been a series of webinars, and we're continuing with those through 2024, planning those at the moment. So we've had topics like end-of-life care. So it's all about clinical research that really matters to people at the frontline of services, encouraging our frontline staff to come and join that. Because one of the things I know, having worked in a research job quite a long time ago in my career, is actually how do you get people to be consumers? How do you make those really academic papers mean something to people on the ground that really make a difference to clinical care? So it's really interested to hear the work that's been going on around dentistry and mouth care, because it makes such a difference to people's lives and the quality of lives that they live every day. So we'll pick up on that. So the sort of things you've done, you know, continence, end of life care, the things that really matter to people. So anybody who wants to come and join that and present, you'd be very welcome, and I can link you up with the right people. And I think Nuno would be happy to be the contact for me in that. I'll put my email up at the end of this. So there was a nursing strategic plan in 2021 for England, and very much driven by NHS colleagues, but actually opportunities in that. Ruth May is the chief nurse for the NHS, and I do work together and part of her team. So looking at putting research at the heart of practice. I've been doing this for a very long time, so I've heard some of this many times in my career, but I'm somebody who I prefer to do things and talk about it. So, you know, that's why things like the CRED talks, how do you actually make it happen and accessible for people? We're talking about sustainably supported careers. Often there's funding, as many of you will know, funding for short-term things, and then they go away. So how do you develop that kind of that continuity and that opportunity for real careers for people in clinical practice as well as being in those academic higher education institutions? Very much people-centred. Let's talk and let's look at the things that matter to people at the front line of services and the people in receipt of services, because ultimately that's what this is all about. Releasing this research potential in people, looking at the digital capacity as a priority, and like I say, it includes social care nursing. And I think that, and I describe this as social, you know, that care homes in particular, because they're easy and defined four walls as we're in at the moment, are actually like nursing laboratories. There is so much potential and so much untapped potential, I think, for nursing research. And they are, you know, they're essentially nurse-led units, so we should be investing in them, and we should be actually developing that capacity and capability in our workforce to actually lead on that. During COVID, and you know, that needs no introduction to any of us, you know, the huge challenges that posed. One of the most exciting things that in terms of research that came out of that was something called the Vivaldi study led by Professor Laura Shallcross at UCL, and that was looking at the impact of IPC, so looking at vaccines, the interventions, a range of interventions, and how it impacted on people living in care homes and indeed the staff. And I think through that most challenging time that none of us want to live through again is the fact that care home staff stepped up and did that in addition to all the pressure that they were under is absolutely outstanding, and it was so remarkable that they were able to embrace that and make that happen. And as a result of that, and those people who were the pioneers in that research and the lessons that have been learned from it, has resulted in a kind of continuation of that work. And what else can we do? Now we've established that methodology in terms of actually developing further models of research, an opportunity to use the data. And again, we've talked about data, people talked about data this morning. Data's fantastic, only if you use it. So actually, how can we make sure, and how can you make sure that those people at the front line who participate in research actually see the benefit of what they're doing? So I think it's been an absolute incredible piece of work, and the fact that that has been sustained beyond it, and the keenness of those who participate, and now additional care homes who want to join that work, I think is absolutely remarkable, and it's in real time, and it's encouraging and engaging people in a way that I don't think we would have seen had it not been for that absolutely terrible period that we all lived through. So why I think nursing research is essential to social care is that it builds the critical evidence for future workforce. I think it's, our workforce is our greatest asset. We haven't got enough people. How do we get more? How do we learn from the people who work with us today about what's good about working in social care, and how do we develop that, that kind of sense of belonging for the future? I think it's absolutely critical. We have to come up with different ideas and different ways of doing things. And we need to build a profile that creates a buzz of nursing. I think that's the other thing. It's how do you get people excited about research? For those in the room who clearly are, and that's why we're all here today, but how do you make that exciting? And I think that's got to be that actually you have to get those frontline people to help define the research question and be part of that solution about how you develop methodology, the whole lot of it, and actually that, like I say, that feedback loop into real time, real practice is absolutely critical. It's, I think there's this opportunity about nursing opportunity, clinical leadership, management, all of those things happen in social care, and there's, many other aspects of it. So there's loads of things that we can be doing. And I think that some of that stuff around leadership, how do we kind of look at the roles that we have in social care? How can we make those create that evidence base, actually entice people to come and work into social care? Like I say, these are nurse-led services, and I just don't think we've got the right kind of evidence base around that. I think we need to be able to really ground that into reality. And I think there's different pressures, but different opportunities in social care. It's, everybody's understaffed. I was just talking to Rowan, the NHS has got massive challenges, social care's got massive challenges, but there's different opportunities in that, and I think Vivaldi actually illustrates that even in the most challenging of times, you can make things happen. And like I say, I think these care homes are nursing laboratories, and it's where nurse-led care takes place. So these are absolutely sitting there ready and ripe for change. So I think there's masses of opportunity, masses of possibility, and I think that one of the things for me that's critical is that how we collectively come together to create that energy, not just in a room like this, but for absolutely everybody. Week before last, we appointed the first Professor of Social Care Nursing, and I have to thank the RCN Foundation. They have been absolutely phenomenal in funding this. Salford University are going to host that advert's out at the moment, and alongside that, they've funded a research assistant. So it's a big investment for them over the next 5 years. There was a huge amount of interest in that post, and I think it kind of probably indicates that this is an area that people are getting excited about. Talked about the CRED talks, commissioning research around the workforce, etc., is really important. And I think we're kind of starting to shape a kind of, like I say, possibilities for the future. And those are my contact details. Thank you. I'm going.
Thank you so much, Professor Steady. That was, again, something that you look from an angle of supporting the social care industry. I like the idea of kind of making sure that we are not negating the point of creating opportunities for people to develop within the sector. So that was really great. My next presenter is someone who is putting a lot of time and effort in dementia, delirium, end-of-life care. He's also an editor-in-chief for the journal Age and Aging. He co-chairs the World Health Organization Technical Advisory Group. Please welcome Professor Rowan Howard.
Thank you so much for inviting me. So I now work in Nottingham, but I grew up in North London, so it's very much coming home. I don't often dwell on my NIHR disclaimer, and Deborah and others have also sort of preempted me in this, but let's have a huge call out to NIHR, the National Institute for Health and Care Research. They are very aware of their portfolio, the health needs of the population and where needs researching. And so much of the important research that's been going on has been funded by the NIHR, so thank you to them. So dementia. Dementia is a collection of brain diseases that cause loss of memory and other thinking functions that gets worse with time and interferes with daily activities. The commonest cause is Alzheimer's disease, which is caused by degeneration of brain cells. It's rare under the age of 60, 5% of 70-year-olds, 15% of 80-year-olds, and 30% of 90-year-olds have got it. But first, some good news. The Cognitive Function and Aging studies, led by Professor Carol Brain in Cambridge, examined the sample of the general population about 1990, and then did the same thing 20 years later, in about 2010, using exactly the same methods. At any given age, the chances of getting dementia have gone down over time. In only 20 years, they've gone down by up to a third. Now, there's a bit of a word of caution there because, of course, the population is still getting older, so there are many more 80 and 90-year-olds around now, so the total number of cases of dementia is still increasing. But at any given age, there is less of a chance now than there was in 1990. Somebody said, why? And here we have to thank Professor Jill Livingston, and who sort of led and wrote about this. If we look at things that are associated with dementia, what we might call risk factors, and change them, maybe we can prevent dementia. And actually, what this talk is really a bit of a tutorial in the discipline of epidemiology. So you can put that on your CPD log. So head injuries, that includes things like boxing and repeatedly heading footballs, controlling blood pressure and cholesterol and not smoking, doing exercise, treating hearing loss, providing education and mental stimulation, social engagement, treating depression and diabetes, and a good diet. And when they did some stats on this, maybe 40% of dementia is preventable. But is it true? Sir Austin Bradford Hill was born just down the road in Hampstead, and he spent his career at the London School of Hygiene in Gower Street. And he was interested in whether smoking caused lung cancer and whether asbestos caused mesothelioma. And he came up with this list. How strong is the association? Is it consistent across studies? Is it specific? Does one agent cause one disease? And that one actually comes from infectious diseases, and it doesn't really apply for things like smoking or exercise. What's the time course of events? Does the risk factor come first? Does more exposure result in more disease? And can we change the risk in an experiment or a trial? You don't need all of them, but the more that you have, the more certain you are. And if we're going to ask people to change their lives, that's quite important. By the way, Bradford Hill also invented the randomized controlled trial later in his career. So can exercise prevent dementia? UK Biobank is studying 500,000 people, and in fact, I'm one of them. And 10 years ago, they sent out 85,000 Fitbits to measure our activity for a week, and then look to see who got dementia over the next 6 years. The top 1/5 of exercisers were 6 times less likely to be diagnosed with dementia than the bottom 1/5. And in between, you can see a nice dose response gradient. The more exercise, the less dementia. We assume that if you were active for a week 10 years ago, you continued to be quite active. It might have been that you'd just joined the gym or you'd just broken your leg, so things might not have been typical, but on average, hopefully that was the case. And indeed, that if you were active for a week 10 years ago, you'd probably been active through the rest of your life before that as well. Note that the ages on this are quite young for dementia, but this is a good start. It looks like more exercise means less dementia. But it's more complicated than that. So dementia is insidious and progressive, and it probably starts decades before symptoms show. And in fact, it has physical as well as mental consequences. So as your thinking changes, maybe you do less. Maybe it's the incipient dementia that stops you exercising rather than the exercise that prevents you getting dementia, what's sometimes called reverse causality. Or maybe there's some other alternative explanation, known about or not, that provides the true explanation for the association. So maybe younger people or people who are better educated are more likely to do exercise, but coincidentally, they're also less likely to get dementia. So if reverse causation is possible, 6 years might not be long enough to show it. So here's a Finnish study. They measured exercise in 1972, and they managed 21 years of follow-up. And the group who did pretty modest exercise, 20 to 30 minutes twice a week, had about half the risk, 0.55, 55%, about half the risk of getting dementia. And they thought up all sorts of other alternative explanations and corrected for them, and it didn't make much of a difference to the explanation. And there are a lot of studies like this. You're not meant to read this, it's just meant to look like a mess. because these are different studies, they're different populations, they're different types of exercise, different durations, different intensities, different ways of measuring dementia, different ways of diagnosing dementia. But you can put all these things together in a systematic review. Each dot is a single study, and the horizontal lines are the uncertainty around that study. And the solid vertical line is the line where there's no effect. And if the dots are to the left of the line, it suggests that exercise is preventing dementia. And most of them are. So there's some consistency there. You can also split the data various ways. So if the study was done at a younger age, it looks like it was more effective. And if follow-up was more than 20 years, it looks like the risk was further reduced. And if somebody was meeting WHO physical activity guidelines, the risk was reduced. And if you put together the youngest age group and the best quality studies and the longest follow-up, you get 0.55. So we're back to our about 40% reduction in risk of dementia. Can we do an experiment then, a clinical trial? What if we get some people to do a lot of exercise and compare them to people who don't? So this is another Finnish study. There's lots of Finnish studies in this field. They included married couples, one of whom had dementia. They got them both to do an hour of exercise supervised by a physiotherapist twice a week for a year. Now think about that, that's pretty intensive. And they compared them with a group exercise group and people who didn't get anything. The exercise did something. It halved the rate of falling, and it reduced the rate of decline in ability to do daily activities. But unfortunately, it didn't make very much impact on cognition. So this is people who've already got a diagnosis of dementia. So another Finnish trial called FINGER. Now this was people who didn't have dementia, but who were assessed as being at high risk of dementia. And they had a multimodal intervention. So they had exercise, and it was, again, moderate intensity exercise, but there was diet, and there was cognitive stimulation, and there was control of heart and brain risk factors, cardiovascular risk factors. And they carried this on for 2 years. And they didn't use diagnosed dementia, but they had a measure of cognitive function. So a measure of thinking function. And again, unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of impact, especially on memory. There was possibly a bigger impact on what's called executive function. So executive function is about planning and decision making. But the size of the effect was really quite small. Okay, another trial, an American one this time. So these weren't people who had dementia or at risk of having dementia. They were just people who weren't doing anything. They were sedentary. And they got them to do 2 years of a moderate intensity exercise intervention. And their primary aim was to try and reverse physical frailty, but they also measured some cognitive scores and diagnosed dementia. And there were quite a few new dementia diagnoses, 12 or 13%. But unfortunately, there was no difference between the intervention and the control groups. So over the past 10 years, I and the team in Nottingham also had a go. Thinking of a good way to put this, I think I might say I'm in recovery. We reckoned that exercise alone wasn't going to be a particularly attractive prospect for people, or that we were actually probably going to reverse dementia, but that we could use exercise and cognitive training in the form of what's called dual task activities, trying to do two things at once, to improve people's abilities to be active and independent. We also hoped that we'd reduce falls as one of the mechanisms of this. So our intervention was of moderate intensity and was progressive, up to 50 supervised sessions over a year. And we paid a lot of attention to motivation and adherence. And we ran a trial. Now, we were doing really well in March 2020. And while I was off skiing, we had to shut the whole thing down. We had 64 people who'd already completed. We had 300 people in the trial. We had another 65 to recruit. So there was some disruption, but we did get it finished in the end. On average, all the things we measured got worse over time. That's not unexpected because dementia is a progressive condition. So, for example, the MOCA at Montreal Cognitive Assessment, a memory score, went down on average from 20 to 17. Our main outcome was activities of daily living, and that went down from 78 to 66. And unfortunately, we found few, if any, differences between our intervention and our control group. In fact, some things got worse, and we're not the first people to show that some things have got worse. And that included cognition and activity and quality of life. I mean, there are a good few intervention studies now. Some more intensive than others, mostly quite short, for instance, 4 months of intensive exercise, but none of which show a dramatic benefit. And there are a few reviews and guidelines, some of which interpret the evidence differently, and some of which still come out quite strongly in favor of exercise to prevent dementia. We might have an explanation, but we might also have a problem. Alzheimer's disease may take 20 or more years to develop, with a long period when the disease is developing in the brain without symptoms. And then a further period when there are minor symptoms before we get diagnosable dementia. Most people have done trials of a maximum of a year or two, sometimes when the disease is well established, and we can be reasonably sure now that these interventions don't stop dementia. But if we insist that we have randomized controlled trials to prove things before we act, before we do anything, which is sort of what NICE, our health technology appraisal body, says, we have a problem because it's practically impossible to do randomized controlled trials over a decade or more. And this will come up with some of the other, what's called senolytic, anti-aging drugs. Very difficult to conceive how we're going to demonstrate that these things work or not to the satisfaction of our regulatory and health technology assessment bodies. We have a similar problem with something like smoking cessation. There are no randomized controlled trials of smoking. And that takes us back to Bradford Hill and his criteria for causality. But it challenges us to ask exactly what evidence we do need in order to make a public health recommendation. But I want to add another thought. A colleague, Sarah Hopkins, says that we tend to define successful aging as not aging. In other words, staying fit, healthy, and mentally alert. Now, obviously, we want to stay healthy and cognitively well if we can. But we can live with dementia if we can't. Now, we're in a care home, a fantastic environment, an exemplar of how to do it well. Many of the people living here wouldn't have a chance of doing the fairly intensive exercise routines that some of the trials used. So here's a list of suggestions as to how to live well with dementia. Keep your physical health as good as it can be. Stay active and occupied. Make the most of the things that you can do. Keep engaged with family and community, and we've heard that as a recurrent theme through today. And exercise is a great way of doing a lot of these things. So exercise can help us maintain identity and inclusion and attachment and occupation, some of the core features of person-centered care, helping to enhance well-being and respecting personhood. So maybe we need a different way of thinking about it, and maybe I've just delivered the wrong talk. So in conclusion, moderate intensity exercise, starting in youth and maintained over many decades, probably reduces the risk of dementia. Finding out for certain will probably be impossible. Short-term exercise in later life may produce some benefits, especially if more intensive, but it doesn't reverse dementia. Exercise is good for a lot of reasons apart from memory, including heart health and preventing falls, but the benefits may actually be as much psychosocial as biomedical. So please do your exercise, stay healthy, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Thank you. You know what's intriguing with research? It's about poking things and questioning and trial things and see what works and what doesn't, and then come with a narrative or sometimes leave it open for everyone to actually see what works. Professor Howard, after listening to this, I would probably want to suggest to do a short survey of how much gym membership will the team, just these subjects in here, will take. That was really intriguing. You touched on something that I think is thought-provoking. Thank you so much. My next presenter, believe me or not, is someone who is also invested a lot of time and championed research through the line of mental health. Has great influence on change, leadership, policy, and mental health research. Please allow me to introduce Linus Lewis.
Thank you. I think that's about the best introduction I've ever had to a conference. I felt like I should bound on and do you know what I mean? Be in some show or something. Great. Thank you very much. Anyway, that was a wonderful introduction. I've put this quote up there. It's actually come from Professor Linda Partridge, and it's out of the Chief Medical Officer's annual report, which is Health in an Ageing Society. That's just come out a couple of weeks ago. Don't know if anybody's managed to have a look at it, but I was geeky enough to have a look. It's really, really an interesting read, so I would recommend that you all have a look. And it's really pertinent to what we're talking about today. So, and I think it's a universal truth, isn't it, that we are all going to get older. There is no escape from that, although Jeff Bezos thinks there might be, I think. But, you know, we are all going to get older, and we all want to live the healthiest life that we can. And something that Chris Whitty said in that report I thought was really, really important, because he was saying that we needed a cultural shift away from maximising lifespan towards improving the quality of life. We kind of worship at the altar of youth, don't we, a bit, and we want to stay there, but we should think about it as we want to, it's not about just adding years and years and years. We need to have some quality of life there. So, these are a few fun facts here. I don't know if they're that fun actually, but I like a bit of data sometimes. And so, if you, oh no, actually I can look down there, I've just realised. I don't have to look here, do I? So, you can see that over the past 200 years, life expectancy has grown immensely. It's increased immensely, and that's fantastic. But we can see from the maps here that between now and 2043, we're going to, the age of the population is going to increase quite significantly, and actually they're going to be living in coastal and rural areas. So they're not going to be located in our cities. They're mostly going to be located in the coastal and rural areas. So I think in those areas about over 25% will be over 75. And here's another fun fact. The number of people aged 80 and over is set to more than double from 3 to 6 million in the next 40 years. The number of people in England aged 50 and over has increased by almost 7 million in 40 years. And so I'm into the fun facts. So 4 in 10 of us are now aged 50 and over. I'm looking around the room to see if that's right. But there you go. So, and this increase in life expectancy is something to be celebrated. Of course, it's wonderful. But we do have to think we have a responsibility as well. So whilst we'll celebrate the increase in life expectancy, what we want to do is make sure that in older age we're living a more healthy, independent, and enjoyable life. And research, I think, and Clemence is right, I've been really committed to research, but it has an incredible role to play in ensuring that we live that healthy, enjoyable. And things need to be enjoyable, don't they? We want them to be. So, going back, if we looked at the map, one of those things that it shows is that we're going to have to think about where we place the services and what sort of services that we're providing. So, and I think that's a Chris Whitty thing actually about the kind of levelling up. Anyway, I've put on here, and we've actually just had a talk on dementia, so I'm not going to talk about it a lot, about some of the things that need our attention in terms of research. And dementia is one of them. You can see the facts there. You can see the figures there. And so what we will need is some research into the kind of causes of dementia and the prevention and treatment in early disease. So those are things that we're going to have to think about. There are other areas that we need to think about: musculoskeletal conditions, hearing loss. When I say hearing loss, I was just talking to the Jewish Deaf Association there, because I actually should be wearing my hearing aids, and I don't. So, and all the research is telling me I should. And what is it that's stopping me apart from vanity? And I'm a bit like Jeff Bezos, I'm in denial that I'm getting older. But it's really, really important. There are simple things that we can do that can really, really improve the quality of our lives, and we shouldn't neglect them. So I'm going to start wearing them, maybe. Yeah. Anyway, what I've also included was mental health, because I am really, really interested in mental health, and I've worked in it for a long time. So the mental health needs in later life are rising. So it's really, really, really important that we have a kind of renewed focus on mental health improvement, interventions for services for older adults, because that's also key in improving the quality of our lives. So mental health is something that we should really be focusing on in terms of research. So, as you can tell, I'm always into the fun figures and facts, and I'm now going to repeat one that Deborah made, in the sense that 1.6 million people work in adult social care. And as it says on the slide, 3/4 of those are in direct care roles. So I suppose the question is, why should we focus on care homes? If you look at that slide, I think it tells you everything, doesn't it really? There are a lot of people living in care homes. There are a lot of people working in care homes. We're best to go and do some research. And we've got 1.6 million people working. We should be utilising that resource. You know, we should be going to, and there's a movement away really now from hospitals and doing research in hospitals, and rightly so, because actually they don't see the majority of the population. So the majority of the population are out in care homes, out in their homes. They're in all sorts of places, and so there's a push now to do research in non-NHS settings. And that's really, 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 really important. We should be going to people, not expecting them to come to us. So it's important that we start thinking about the research that we do and how we take it out to the population. So, as I said, what better place to do some of the research than in care homes? And I think, I mean, it was mentioned before, that the reason that we're thinking about that, the reason that we're moving towards care homes, part of that movement was, did come from COVID. And so that's made people think that it's really, really important. Research has been going on in care homes before that, but actually there's a real push now, and we need to make sure we make the most of that. So, just following on from why get involved, and this is my mantra, medicine only advances with research. We're not going to improve medicine without research. That doesn't happen. So the two are intrinsically linked. So it's really, really important. And it's important because it improves patient outcomes, it helps, and there was a mention of it before, it helps with evidence-based decision-making, there are economic benefits, and it also addresses health inequalities, which is a big priority for us at the moment. I mean, COVID showed the health inequalities, and if you look at anything, it's pretty poor what's going on. So that's really why it's important to get involved in research. But there are some added benefits, actually, of getting involved, and they're known as the research effect. So what do we mean by that? And it's these things that happen not because of the research, it's not the research that we're talking about, but it's the impact that research has, and there's all sorts of other ways it has apart from the intervention that you're looking at. So, and it's called it's called the research effect. So, and it talks about the benefits for residents, for care homes, for staff. Actually, if you're involved in research, when you're, and I found this in working in the NHS, morale can be really, well, morale is low. There's no point saying morale is low at the moment. But actually, being part of research makes people feel better. It makes people feel they have some control and that they're doing something that they can affect some change with. Because so much of what we do, we can't, or it feels like that. So much of what we do feels like it's imposed on us. So when you can get involved in research, it does make you feel good. You feel like you're doing something good. So there's one reason to do it. And in terms of residents, it does feel like you've got some control back. I mean, this is the case in whether you're doing research in care homes, wherever, in hospitals, it feels like you're taking some control and that you've got some control. And so that's really, really, really important. And there's a body of research that shows that for those places, so those organisations like NHS Trust, if you are involved in research, the outcomes are better for those people that are in the research, but actually the outcomes are better for those people that aren't in the research as well. So it's a bit of a win-win for everybody. So there's many, many, many reasons that you should get involved, and it's a good endeavour, and it's good. It's good for us, it's good for all of us. We all want good health. So it's something that we should be committed to and get involved in as much as we can. So this was just a quote that we found. It's not a nursing home manager that I've spoken to, but I'm sure many would say that, and I'm sure many would say that in this nursing home. But for them, participating in research, as I said, is a win-win situation. You get to know more about the area that you're working in, you get educated in it, you feel, as it says, you feel well informed, and the motivation. And I do see around that actually people feel really motivated. That's staff and participants as well. They all feel well motivated when they're part of something that's good. And even if it's not going to directly improve their lives, if they think they're doing something for the future benefit of people people feel good about that. So it's really, really, really important that we get involved. So, I mean, I've talked about getting involved in research, and it sounds fantastic, but of course there are many, many, many challenges that we face, many difficulties. And I mean, I've listed some of them. When we talk about the diversity of residents, I don't necessarily mean just in terms of ethnicity. I'm talking about care home populations that are diverse in terms of their health conditions, their needs, their cognitive abilities, and their socioeconomic backgrounds. And that makes it a bit more challenging to do research, to have a kind of, more consistent, approach. So those are quite, so that's something that they need to think about. And staff availability and workload, that's something that's affecting everybody. I come from an NHS background, but it's no different here. So in care homes, you have huge demanding workloads, and there's a huge staff turnover as well. And so then it's really difficult to maintain things when you've got staff that are changing. If you're training staff in a research intervention and then they leave and then you've got to start again. So those are things that can be quite difficult. But they're challenges. That doesn't mean to say we can't do things to reduce the effects of that. And I'm going to talk in a minute about some of the support that's available for care homes in terms of research. So one of the things, you can tell Chris Whitty's I've got a little fandom going on with Chris Whitty, so I'm always quoting him. I know, it's a bit odd, isn't it? But I confess, I've got a bit of a fandom for Chris Whitty. But what he was saying is, and I think really, really important, that what happens with studies, what happens with clinical trials is that they exclude older adults for no good reason, actually, probably because it makes their lives a bit easier. But that's not a good reason to exclude older people from research. And so what he was saying, that we need to really move away from that kind of arbitrary age cutoff that we have and that we see all the time, because you do see it all the time, from excluding people with multi-morbidities, and we should be thinking about a more inclusive approach. So that's something that I think is really, really important, and and a challenge to our researchers. And maybe sometimes we have to have a bit of a pushback, really, to say, well, why? Does that make any sense? Why are we excluding older people? Why are we discriminating? So I wanted to talk a bit about the support that's available, and it's a big shout out. And it's a big shout out, actually. Everybody's been shouting out to the NIHR. I'm going to shout out to the NIHR. They're putting a lot of investment in. There's a lot of support. And one way they're doing it, we're an R&D office for a number of mental health trusts, and we have delivery staff. And some of our funding comes from the NIHR for our staff. And they go into people's homes, they go into hospitals, they go into care homes, and they can support and help with the research. So we have research nurses, we have clinical research practitioners, and actually we're here to share the burden. We're not saying you have to do this all on your own, because it is really, really difficult. So our nurses can come in, our clinical research practitioners can come in, and they'll help with research, the research admin that needs to be done, because that's a lot. They can help do the consents, the baseline assessments. We've got a whole team, and we've got a whole team, but there are whole teams across the country, actually, that can help. So I know there's some people from the NIHR delivery teams in the audience, but we're everywhere, really. And you want to utilise that. You don't need to do it on your own. There is help and support for you, and we will come in and we will help make those connections. For researchers, we'll help make those connections between care homes, and as I said, we can provide staff support. They'll come in, they'll train, they'll recruit, they'll do all the things that you find it difficult to do in a busy day. So I've put here, and I realise I said to Jill I've got this wrong, but some study examples of research that's gone on in care homes. So Vivaldi was mentioned. And that's moved on from COVID, actually, and they're starting to look at all sorts of other infectious diseases. So, they're now doing other stuff around infections like norovirus and UTIs in care homes. Then you've got Topic, and I know you've heard about that this morning. I wasn't here, but we worked really closely with the study team in Topic to support that in bed care. And I put START down, and I realised I put START down and it doesn't actually take place in care homes. But it was a big shout out to Jill, who I've worked with for years. And I go back to Chris Richardson. He's mentioned her in his report as well, but he did also mention Mark, but I didn't pick that one up. So it's a really big shout out to Jill in that sense, in terms of the research that has, and the thing about that kind of research, it has an immediate impact on people. Actually, lots of research takes years before you see the results. This type of research that's being done has a real impact immediately on people, which is great. So. Okay, so when I talked a bit earlier, I was talking about the health inequalities. If you look at this slide, it's really stark, actually, that you can see the most deprived 10%. Nearly 52 years in good health, okay, and then another 26 in poor health, and then for least deprived, 70 years. We've got a lot of work to do, haven't we? And we've got a lot of balancing up to do. So I think it, once again, speaks to the importance of research in health inequalities. That's not acceptable in our society, and we need to do something about it. And we've got good researchers that I know can do that work. So when we talk about what does better living look like, what does good health look like, who decides, who says what that is? And that's surely got to be a partnership between not only the researchers, but residents in this care home, the staff, the general public. You know, there are conversations that need to be had to understand what it is that people want, because I just don't think we ask, do we? We don't ask people, what is it that you want? What does better living look like for you? We might have an idea. I might have an idea of what better living looks like for me, but it's not necessarily what it is for everybody else. And so those conversations are really, really, really important. And I think those conversations are important very early on when researchers are designing their studies. They need to come out and talk to people, talk to residents, talk to staff, and engage with them and think about what is it that you want, you know. And sometimes you can get caught up, sometimes researchers can get caught up because there's the grant money and I have to do whatever it is I have to do to get that grant. But actually you've got to do stuff that's really meaningful to people and has a real impact on their lives. So I suppose it's a call out to researchers and to us all to think that we're part of that conversation. We're part of driving the design. We've got to engage with people. And feedback, one of the things that I hear all the time in the NHS is, from clinicians, is researchers come in and they never feedback anything. You've got to feedback, you have a responsibility. You have a responsibility for that ongoing feedback as well, not just at the end, all the way through. It's important. You want to keep them engaged, you want to keep them doing things, you have to talk to them and you have to feedback. So, and I was just thinking about the partnerships, that's all part of it. So we've got our research institutes that are there, the charities, we've seen some out there, the Jewish Deaf Association, Age UK, and the support networks, which I talked about before. NOCLAW is one of them. The NIHR have their teams and support and funding, actually, and money, which always helps. And we should be engaging with policymakers. So those are all the partnerships that actually care homes should be utilising and being part of. Those are your partners, those are the people that you want to work with. You have a lot to offer and you have a lot to say. So, what now for the future? There's lots of stuff going on, but there's never enough. So we always need more. We need more research to happen, and we need to target it in different ways. As I said before, if a significant part of the population, over 25%, are going to be in those rural areas in 2043. We're going to have to think about what does a good service look like? What does a good environment look like for people? And so we have to really start targeting and thinking about what we're doing. There's other things that we can think about. And I just think we have to recognise the changing demographics. They are changing, and we have to always keep that in mind when we're doing research. I'm going to end with a quote from a feminist writer, as it says, Betty Friedman. Just as darkness is sometimes defined as the absence of light, so age is defined as the absence of youth. And I think as I said earlier on, we've really got to change the narrative. Aging is not lost youth, so I will be putting my hearing aids in, and I'll be wearing them tomorrow. It's not lost youth, but it's a new stage of opportunity and strength, and researchers are here to help us with that. So thank you very much.
Wow, it's been an amazing day, isn't it? I would like to invite Professor Rowan and Linus to take some questions this afternoon. But before we do that, I just want to introduce myself. My name is Chipema. I'm the Director of Care here at Nightingale Hammerson. My professor once used to say that at London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, that when you sit in class for more than 20 minutes, you lose your concentration and you start to kind of slouch in your chair and fall asleep. So, and again, I'm going to blame this on Professor Rowan, because I would like you to do something right now. And because you also said that more exercise, less dementia. Okay, so wherever you're seated right now, just kind of stretch yourself, just shake yourself out. And please sit upright in your seats. And I would like you to pretend like you're hugging someone. Just stretch out, and 5 deep breaths. Through your nose and out through, exhale out through your mouth, okay? And I'd like you to do that. That should send some kind of, messages to your brain to wake you up, stimulate you, and make you stay awake for the afternoon. So thank you very much. Thank you. So do we have any questions? The lady at the back, and then here at the front. Oh, yes, Hazel.
Good afternoon, everyone. House? Oh. Sorry. Right, my name is Hazel Joseph, and I'm the register manager for Hammerson House. The question is on behalf of my resident sitting here. Right, so the question is for Professor Rowan Howard. Is there a genealogy and hereditary link to dementia? That's the question from Rosalind, one of my residents.
What was the first word? Is there a
genealogy or gene? Any
gene.
link to genes and heredity?
A bit, but not much. There are many other things. It's mostly bad luck.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Yes, it was here first, and then the lady in the green jacket. The microphone is coming.
Hi, thank you very much, both of you, for fantastic talks. Really fantastic and really inspirational. I want to ask both of you a question, but I'm probably not allowed to, so I'm going to start with Ryan because I'm more likely to see Linus. I thought, and you thought, I'm sure, that exercise would be good for people with dementia because exercise is good for everybody. It was a pill, we should all take it, is what people say, but it wasn't. I still think exercise has a small part in preventing dementia, and there's a new study out in JAMA on Monday or something, and there's another one coming out in Lancet, and they're all showing higher positive effects than the previous ones, partly because they're trying to take low risk to higher risk people, because if you try to prevent cognitive deterioration in people who are not going to cognitively deteriorate anyway, it's really hard to show any effect. However, my question is, because while you were thinking, I began to think of an explanation as to why it didn't work. Why? And it's not just you. You're not the Sally Lamb's study. She said the exercise didn't help people. What she didn't say was it actually made them significantly worse. She didn't sort of dwell on the opposite effect. People with dementia. Why do you think that exercise does not help people with dementia's cognition?
I mean, in some ways, it's not to be disrespectful, it's an irrelevant question. Why? Because we're then trying to work out what the biological mechanisms. Is it neurotropic factors, or is it the hypothalamo-adrenocortical axis? I mean, we're as scientists, we are empirical. We see what works in the real world. Now we need leads. If we put a Alzheimer's disease model mouse in a running wheel and find that they do better, that tells us maybe there's something there that will transfer over to humans. But so we need the basic science to give us the leads. But the bottom line with a lot of these things is, do they work with people in practice without causing more harm than they avert? Now, it might be in our study that it was just the pandemic that wrecked the trial. We put a lot of emphasis on community access, and suddenly there was no community to access because it was all locked down. So it might have been the pandemic. It might have been that we really weren't intensive enough. That Finlex study, that's 2 hours of exercise supervised twice a week for a year. I mean, when you say that to NIHR, they say you've got to be joking. It is a huge commitment, but it may be that that's the level of exercise that you need. It may be, and we put a lot into this, that we thought we were going to change executive function. We didn't think we'd change memory, but we thought we were going to change executive function, and that would feed through into functional activities as well. We didn't find any of that either. So there's lots of, and maybe we measured the wrong thing. Maybe trying to preserve memory and activities of daily living is a step too far, and that what we really should be concentrating on is because our participants loved it. And their families loved it, and the staff delivering loved it. So maybe we were missing a trick in the sort of the social and psychological and emotional field by concentrating too much on the biomedical. And that's why my final thought was, we need to redefine what works.
I agree we need to redefine partly what works, but I also think I've spent my career finding that things that I thought were true are no longer true, are not true, and then to change my model of it. And I think that's part of what we do. I mean, people keep saying things don't work because we're measuring the wrong thing, but I think sometimes things don't work because they don't do what you think they do, and then you have to think again about it. But maybe I have a new hypothesis, only new in the last 15 minutes, about why it didn't work. And, maybe we'll talk about it in some other time. As to, because I'm suddenly convinced that while it didn't cross my mind till 15 minutes ago, I now know why it didn't work.
Oh, fantastic progress. That's why we come to meetings like this.
Yeah. Thank you, Jill. Nicola, the lady at the back.
Hi, I'm Nadine van Dongeren, and I'm founder and medical director, managing director medical of Patient Intelligence Panel. So I run a panel with 17,000 patients, chronically ill patients, who participate in research. But it's that comes also my question for Linus. So when people come to care homes to collaborate with on research projects, what is the deciding factor? So does it only have to be academic research, or can it also be market research? Or what kind of tips do you give the care homes when they get requests for collaborations?
I suppose for my team, we're funded by the NIHR, so we are limited to support studies that are on the portfolio, so that are on the on the NIHR portfolio. So those are mainly they are academic studies.
Yeah.
However, I say that, but we have a bigger team than just being funded by the NIHR. So if there's something that's really important and that care homes want to do, we will find a way to support them.
Yeah, because the question popped up when I saw your slide about partnerships, and I saw the partnerships of all the people who are willing to kind of put forward research projects. Yeah. But of course, there's also pharmaceutical companies who would like to also, not only from a clinical trial perspective, but also for illness perceptions and treatment beliefs. So that was my thought, but yeah. So there is room for discussion.
There is room. Our staff aren't fully all funded by the NIHR, so we have some flexibility about what we can support. But
and you kind of educate also the care homes to say, okay, these are factors that you have to take into account.
But that doesn't mean that happens across the country. Do you know what I mean? Don't expect that's going to be uniform across the country.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman right in front. Oh, Stephen?
My name is Stephen Ives, and I work for Jewish Care and for Nightingale Hammerson. I'm called a community support practitioner, and I've been helping individuals, South London and the southern counties for 14 years. And before that, I've been a volunteer befriender for probably 40 years, since I was 14 years old. My question is very cynical. The research is good. I see innovators like Nightingale Hammerson. I see Jewish Care. I see other good organisations, carer support services all over the country. Phenomenal. I see some good practice. But on the whole, I'd like either of you to say to me, what effect do you feel this wonderful research has on the main resources? Sadly, I'm talking about the government, the NHS, social care providers. Is the research getting through and making changes? From my client's point of view, of course, the GPs mostly are very difficult, hospitals, discharges, etc. Social services have gone really quite down. Is the research creating some improvements in, let's say, the 80% of organisations that either don't want to change or haven't got the funding to change?
Thank you. Who would like to go first? Linus?
Well, I think some of it is. I'm not saying all of it is making a difference, but some of it is making a difference, yes. And I would say, when I talked about partnerships, I think that's really, really important, because then you start talking about models of good practice and you start sharing, and that's how you can make a change as well. So, of course, some things are making a change and some things aren't, because that's just the way things work. But I think the more partnerships you have and the more dialogue that goes on and you share good practice, then, yeah, things change.
Thank you. Health policy as a whole discipline, and scientific evidence is only one element that feeds into it. You've also got political pressure, you've got finance, you've got vested interest, commercial interest, you've got ideology. So there's a whole lot that goes in. I sometimes worry that when you've got complicated things like, say, a care home or non-pharmacological care for distressed reactions in dementia, that our model of how we evaluate these, the randomized controlled trial, doesn't quite fit. I'm the sole doctor in a department of nursing, and they're big on something called epistemology. Epistemology is about knowing, the science of what you can and can't know and how you know it. And we actually need much broader methods, realists, social sciences, etc., to tease apart the complexities of something like good care in a care home. Now, NIH are a bit onto this, but not quite as far as I'd like to see them go.
Thank you. The lady.
Thank you. Hi. Jennifer Allison, again, Director of Nursing and Midwifery at NIHR. So I just wanted to jump in to help answer the question, because it does filter up to the government, to ministers. Throughout NIHR, the Department of Health, questions are asked constantly by ministers that go to the very top and help to inform some of the decisions, whether it's always based on the best. It's not, you know, people make their decisions and weigh up the evidence, but this is an ongoing, constant process of the information, and proving things don't have a correlation or a causal effect, proving that a study, that an idea, a hypothesis isn't correct, is as important as proving that it does. So yes, the information is being used for certain. It's certainly being given, whether the judgments are being made accordingly, and the advisors are in place. Deb Sturdy's gone, because I thought she might want to answer this, but yes.
Hi, thank you. Oh gosh. I'm Finn Turnerberry. I'm Policy Research and Project Officer at the National Care Forum. It's kind of already been covered. When I last put my hand up, I was going to ask about how do we move away from the tyranny of the randomised controlled trial, but you've just discussed it. But just reflecting on some of the trends in social care research, I was recently at the NIHR Academy of Members Conference, and the whole theme of it was team science. And there was a bit of an effort to make social care and social sciences and wider disciplinary methods and orientations represented, but really it was about biomedical research and randomized control trials. And part of me wonders, how do we have the impetus and the momentum to really shift the way that organisations and those who fund social care research and those who fund research generally embrace those wider methodologies, such as you've just described, and even wider than that, arts-based approaches, things that people really value in social care and that we've been talking about for a long time. I wonder how we create that momentum to get through to it, the higher-ups, let's call them.
Thank you. I see Deborah's back, so I was just wondering whether you could come and join us up here, just in case there's any questions.
It is a battle, and the line of thinking that is biomedical and is rooted in the randomized controlled trial is very dominant. But, you know, this is the way science works. You challenge, you critique, you keep asking the difficult questions. Deborah, we're talking about the impact of research on policy.
I did hear that last comment, and having just literally come from a meeting with Helen Waitley where we were discussing, one thing we were discussing was around something that's not working, and her saying, well, okay, we'll need to make that decision then about we won't pursue that particular line. So it does have an impact, and I don't think any government, regardless of who they are, would invest so much money in research if they weren't going to utilise it in the best interest of the kind of decisions that they make. And actually listening, I caught the end of your bit, Rowan, around, but it's not just about the evidence base. Obviously, it's the fiscal situation, it's the political imperative, and I think, particularly as we go into an election year in 2024, assuming it will happen next year, then there's lots of things at play that politicians consider in terms of making decisions.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just wanted to add something, because I talked about Chris Whitty and this whole cultural shift that he's talking about, the movement away from just extending life to a quality of life. And so I think we have to hold our leaders to account. You say these things, what does that mean? And that means that we get, quality of life is about many, many things. It's multifaceted. And so if they're talking about that, then we hold them to account. And, they have to get many, many people involved, many different disciplines.
Absolutely. Thank you. The lady right at the back, to my right.
Sorry, it's me again from the Green Economics Institute. I just wanted to follow up on what was just said. 20 years ago, I was an economist and I was interested in green issues. And I started the world's main leading green academic journal. And I made it multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary, and everyone said you can't do that. Economics was very narrow and had a tiny scope, but I did it. And now, if you like, the green economy has gone all around the world because economics is now a much wider subject. People fight to get onto it. And actually, I think you can do so much if you think outside the box with research and start to think really in a different way. You sort of do it ends-based and think, are there different questions I should be asked? And also we know that with stats, if you ask the question, you're going to get an answer that answers that question, not necessarily the others. So I'm just wondering whether we can start with health as well, to start looking outside the box and be very, very interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, actually break the rules a bit, because you get a much better, I think, really interesting result. It does answer the question. It also asks new questions, if you like, about climate, etc. It's important sometimes to challenge what we used to call the high priests of the discipline, and actually because they often have a vested interest in not changing. And I think the inspiration here, I found it fascinating today. I think there's a lot you can do with the energy in this room. It's absolutely amazing, so I congratulate everybody. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. Any more questions? Over here.
Hi, my name's Andy Wilcox. I'm Director of Nursing at HMT. My background recently has been in mental health, and I was very struck by some of the comments on mental health and its importance. Do you have a view, or is there research out there on whether the increasing use of antidepressants and antipsychotics in working age adults and older adults is having an impact on dementia diagnosis?
Linus, is that you? Or
it's a bit clinical, that one, and maybe you need a psychiatrist. So it's great because you see the psychiatrists, they start the antidepressants and they come into hospital and the geriatricians stop them. So, we're at each other's throats. No, we're not really. Happy pills. I mean, I think my view, and I'm a geriatrician, and geriatricians are sceptical about drug treatments, is that people are a bit sloppy about diagnosing depression. There is a very, very nasty tale for depression, of a very severe illness that sometimes, or not infrequently, kills people, that needs every sort of treatment that we can throw at it, and that's going to include talking therapies and drug therapies and ECT. Depression changes in older age. Now, often we see lists like, depression is a risk factor for dementia. The implication being that if we gave out more antidepressants, there'd be less dementia. Personally, I don't believe it. I'm going to run over and give Jill the microphone because she needs a right of reply.
Yes.
Hi. So, I think that the number of people getting antipsychotics in old age has dramatically decreased. As we know that people, we know it has dramatically decreased. Sorry, there's a light in my eye. I'm going to move over here. We know it's dramatically decreased, as it should. Antipsychotics are strong and useful medication for people who need them, and for other people they cause a great deal of harm and are potentially fatal. And part of the strategy, the government strategy showing that government does do things, has been to monitor antipsychotics in older people, and they have dramatically dropped, and there are more older people alive because of it. Antidepressants are different. So UKB, UK Biobank, following up, people found that people who were depressed, who were treated with antidepressants or psychotherapy, I don't know if Ron was part of that bit of the study, did not have an increased risk of dementia, but those who had depression, which did not get better, had an increased risk. So I think that it's important to energetically treat proper depression, and that was proper depression, because it reduces the risk of dementia, but more so because it makes a difference to people's quality of life at the time, and not everything is about the future. However, I think the other thing that happens is that when someone goes to their GP and says their memory is not good, or their family do, GPs quite like to try to give them antidepressants in case their memory is not good because they're depressed. And the number of people with dementia who are given antidepressants for no particularly good reason is not great. And giving people any medication that they do not need, I'm with the geriatricians, is liable to cause them harm. Complex thing, they're neither bad nor good. They should be used in the right place, and in the right place they're good, in the wrong place they're bad.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we're going to stop here because we've run out of time. I just want to thank Deborah, Linus, and Rowan for your presentations, and thank you to the audience. I just want to say that one of my famous authors said that timeless principles involve how we, you, us, turn our places of work into organizations that produce sustained great results. And how does that look like in your organization? How do you define good results in your organization? And I think this is part of that, collaborating, coming together, and actually doing some of the stuff that we've heard today, instead of, I guess, that rivalry that goes on sometimes within care services, and we can't share information because you're not part of my organization. Let's do mystery shop. I think that should probably stop here. No mystery shopping anymore. If I come to you, I go to Signature or to Bupa or to whoever, let's share information, because that's how we gain this wealth of knowledge and actually share into the research, pieces of research that are coming, and input into some of the great works that we have heard today. So thank you very much for your participation. Have a great day.
Thank you. I think that's great food for thought. I don't know how you're still feeling, but I feel like I'm absorbing a lot, and this is really helpful. Thank you so much. I'm gonna now bring in my next speaker. Sometimes in this journey in our careers, there are circumstances that are beyond human control. And that can kind of really get you into a test, a challenge. That can test, or that would test your leadership skills, your personal capabilities. We have in Nightingale Hammerson, through the period that everybody went through, yes, lest we forget, the COVID times. We were still a care home, and we went through that. But we had someone who was taking the lead and whose resilience and ability to challenge the status quo was amazing. It was time-consuming, it was draining, but he stood by what he believed in. And the fact that he's not being called to the UK COVID-19 inquiry beggars belief for me. I have someone who is so passionate about community engagement and is a palliative care specialist. But before I call him up, I like to go off script a lot. No. I'm gonna ask, again, Professor Deborah Steady to come and join me here for just to say or to share something special.
Thanks. So one of the great things about my job is that I can give out awards to people. When I came into this role, I thought it was really important that we recognise exceptional people who work in social care. Everybody's exceptional, but those people who are nominated by their peers as being those truly outstanding individuals. And to that effect, we launched the Chief Nurse Awards about 2 years ago, and it's one of those things where I give them out. I usually make people cry, which is never a good thing, but it's for good reason. And that's why we're just going to take a moment of your time to recognise Nuno for the phenomenal work that he's done in terms of leading this organisation, as Clement said, not only through COVID-19, but now in terms of his lead, his continued lead around research. And these aren't just me dishing them out to the people that I think are great. This is a really robust peer review process that happens. So we ask people to nominate their peers who they see as really outstanding. So Nuno, I'd like to give you a Chief Nurse Gold Award for everything you've done.
Right, thank you very much. It already changed my speech, so I'll need to adapt it now. But I want to thank, obviously, Deborah and Clemens for the introduction. But I need to thank the team. And when I say the team, I'm talking about our team members, I'm talking about our volunteers, I'm talking about our residents and their relatives. Because all the fearless decisions we made over the past 3 years, challenging the government, challenging CQC, the health protection team, was worth it. And we did it together. It was worth it because we had the residents at the heart of our decisions. While higher up, some decisions were being made on a fear-based approach, we were having a human-based approach. And it has proven to be the right approach to do, because, you know, when we look after someone that is 100 years old and is being restricted from seeing their grandchild, is that right? No, it's not. So Nightingale House and Hammerson House, they are the residents' homes. So we make the decisions according to the residents' wishes. We don't work for the government, we don't work for CQC, we work for the residents. So, but obviously we need to bring all the parts together. And as I said in the speech last year, you know, we like to challenge and we like to be challenged, because that's the way we can improve the knowledge in the social care sector. And now going back to the script, at Nightingale Hammerson, we base our care in 4 main pillars. First one, the care for the residents, that are the reason we exist. Second, the care for the ones around the residents, and on that we talk about the relatives, team members, volunteers, but also the environment where our residents live in. Third pillar is education, and fourth pillar is research. We believe those 4 components are the ones that can provide outstanding care to our residents. And how did we come up with an event like this, as Dr. Jackie Morris mentioned in the morning? So we were having a meeting, and we were talking about research, and it came up with Professor Jill as well. We should bring the researchers in. So Dr. Jackie Morris said, okay, we should do a research forum, but at Nightingale Hammerson, should do means we're going to do it. So that's what happened. So we did it all masked up in 2021. Last year we repeated, and this is the third year in a row. And this is the biggest ever care home research forum ever done, as far as we know, worldwide. So in this room, we have had over 115 people watching us online, over 100 people from all over the world. And I'm gonna mention all the countries. So UK, Australia, Philippines, China, India, Singapore, Oman, Israel, Algeria, Kenya, Nigeria, Austria, Spain, Portugal, Canada, US, Mexico, Panama, Argentina, Peru, Uruguay, and this morning the last booking from Colombia. So really from all over the world we have people watching us. And we have many reasons to celebrate today. So to celebrate that we are all together in here and help it to improve the social care world, but also to celebrate the fact that it has been 2.5 years that we opened this beautiful building, Hammerson House, and now, if you want a room, you need to go to a waiting list. We have all the 116 rooms occupied, and the last 3 reserved for residents that will come next week. So it has been very hard to open a new home during the pandemic, but we knew the direction where we had to go, and we made it happen. So I thank also to Hazel and all the team that made it happen. So thank you. And overall now, between Nightingale House and Hammerson House, we look after over 220 people on a daily basis, which is a big responsibility, but also a privilege, and we feel very proud of it. But we believe that we have potential for more, and to reach more people beyond the walls of our 2 care homes. So that's why we are planning, and you will hear from us very soon about our plans to expand our services and to reach more people wherever they are through education. You will hear more from us very soon. And the evidence-based care that we deliver and education need to go together with research. Because we believe so much in that, in the past 3 years, we've engaged in 28 different research studies within our 2 homes. And those studies involved residents, involved relatives and team members. And we have become now the go-to provider when someone wants to know more about how to engage in research in care homes, people approach us. And this event is here to last. Last year we had a meeting afterwards where we thought, should we carry on or not? We have no chance now because we have people on waiting lists to come in person next year. We were fully booked in this room. So some people are on waiting lists for 2024. So we have no chance now. And this is also a good event for researchers to leave their comfort zone and to immerse themselves into the social care environment. And we need researchers to do more of that work, so to come into the care homes and embed themselves with the care staff to understand what are the needs of our population and help us to challenge the way we deliver care in the social care world. So I'd like to take 3 main points from today. 3 main points that at the same time have some concerns associated with it. So the first one is that care home residents, we still need to highlight, they are being discriminated in the access to basic services like GP services, dental care, incontinence products, when we compare them with the general population. But they are also discriminated in terms of funding, like we heard today. We as a sector, we do not have a clear and relevant data set that really highlights the care we provide to the British population. So we are pointing the fingers at the researchers and say, we need you, but we have 3 fingers pointing at us because we are not opening ourselves enough to research And as care providers, we need to do more of that. And because we are also a very fragmented sector, we need now more than ever the researchers to work with us to gather the evidence that will help to shape the government policy. And we need to involve all the parts that are involved in the social care sector. Because we cannot expect the NHS services, local authorities, and government to fully understand what we do, because in the majority of cases they don't. And it's our responsibility to work together with you researchers to give a better visibility to what we do. And to conclude, I'd like to thank our residents for allowing us to use this space to do this event. Thank our speakers that voluntarily came here and dedicated their time to share knowledge with the community. And you know, I'd say the quality is getting better and better every year. I want to thank our team for organizing this big event on top of their full-time jobs. That is quite a lot involved. And thank our trustees and the Jewish community for supporting an event that really demonstrates our commitment as a charity to share good practice worldwide. And to our dear guests in the room and the ones online, I would like to thank you for coming, and we hope you found this event helpful. And I'd like to end by saying I feel very proud to work at Nightingale Hammerson. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I think you've just probably seen a snapshot of things that happens in Nightingale Hammerson. And I'm gonna take this time to say, on behalf of Nightingale House, Nightingale Hammerson, for me, it is the greatest honor to have our president and our vice president. I would like you, Susan, and have it, if you can stand up, please. Please help me to give a round of applause. Thank you. Because behind everything we do, we have their support. Greatest leaders, they don't walk behind their team, they walk beside. They walk with us as an organization. So for that, I'm really thankful. I'm really thankful, Susan and Javi. I want to also thank our trustees who have taken their time off to be here to see the importance of this. May I ask our trustees, no, it's okay. I want you to stand up as well. May I have our trustees? I had Karen. Thank you. This is just of a small number of our trustees, but like I said, every stage where we are, they are with us. And Nuno touched on it to say, they challenge us, they guide us, they critique us, but also help to be where we are today. So I want to thank you so much for what you do. Now, again, I don't know if I've already thanked everybody. I'm going to take this opportunity to thank you all, to our audience who are online, virtual audience, to you who have taken the day off the time. Time is precious, but you have committed this. To our speakers who have shared thought-provoking, challenging, but inspiring messages. I also want to thank our Chief Executive, Jenny. Do you mind if I stand up for me? I want to thank you for supporting, again, the work that's happening here. Okay, so you will have a kind of repost event form with you. If you can please give us any feedback, anything that you think went well or didn't go well or we should improve, we really welcome that. Our online guests should also have received the same. May I ask you to do the same and fill the feedback for us. We will look forward to seeing you again in 2024 in the same place. Again, it's going to be a time for teas and coffees, networking. We heard that we need to share information, to connect. Please feel free to do the same. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.